Good evening. I'm getting better and better at that. Everybody appreciates that. Welcome to tonight's Housing Authority for the City of Salem, to our meeting for Monday, April 22nd, 2024. Would the recorder please call the roll?
Commissioner Nishioka?
I'm here.
Vice Chair Phillips?
Here.
Commissioner Gwynn?
Here.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Here.
Commissioner Hoy?
Here.
Commissioner Nordyke? Absent. Commissioner Varney?
Here.
Resident Commissioner Villegas? Absent. Chair Stapleton?
I'm here, and hopefully we'll do better moving forward. All right. Would everybody please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Would you mind?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Vice Chair, do we have any additions or deletions?
Not tonight.
Thank you. Do we have anybody sign up for public comment? Oh, one moment. All right, nobody signed up today. All right, Vice Chair, our consent calendar.
I move the consent calendar.
I'll second that.
All right, moved by Vice Chair Phillips and seconded by Commissioner Nishioka.
Tonight's consent calendar consists of the March 25th, 2024 draft Salem Housing Authority minutes and 3.3A, which is the revised Section 8 administrative plan, and that concludes the consent calendar.
Thank you so much. And I know you had a question.
Yeah, just for the purposes of highlighting and letting us know what we're voting on in 3.3A, I've invited our Housing Authority representative. Oh, I just asked you your name. Remind me again.
Melanie Fletcher.
Melanie Fletcher, thank you so much for being here. I understand Nicole's out tonight. If you could kind of help us understand what we got the information on in 3.3A. I saw that the first document in our administrative plan is 479 pages long. I just wanted you to kind of tell us, is that what we're voting on, or is it just a couple nominal changes to some of our projects?
It's just two changes to the administrative plan, which there should be another attachment that was just the 2 pages that were edited. So we're updating the local preferences on the waiting list for our Redwood Crossings property and Yaquina Hall property to align with what we've been doing at Sequoia Crossings because it has been so successful. So we wanted to align those 2 properties with a local preference that we know is working really well.
Excellent, thank you. It's good to hear that we found some success, and it makes sense if we're succeeding to adopt it in places where we aren't currently using it. So that makes perfect sense. Yeah. So just wanted to bring that up for the purpose of highlighting, but beyond that, I have no additional questions or discussion.
Great. Does anybody else have any discussion points? Seeing none, would the recorder please call the roll?
Vice Chair Phillips?
Aye.
Commissioner Gwynn?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoy?
Aye.
Commissioner Nordyke absent. Commissioner Varney?
Aye.
Commissioner Nishioka?
Aye.
Resident Commissioner Villegas absent, and Chair Stapleton.
Aye, motion passes. Thank you. All right, tonight we do not have any public hearings or special orders of business, but we do have an information report, which is our project management report we receive monthly. Would you like to tell us a little bit more about what's happening with the Salem Housing Authority?
So our project management or program management report this month, we focused a little bit on Fair Housing Month, which is the month of April. As you may or may not know, in historical terms, April is Fair Housing Month because that is the month that the Fair Housing Act was signed by President Johnson in 1968. And it has since evolved a couple of times. So we included an article regarding Fair Housing Month and why it's important, not just during April, but during every month of the year. But we got to participate this year in the Fair Housing Council of Oregon's Fair Housing Poster Contest. I was a judge, which was really great. It's really fun. It's a contest that's open to children in grades 1 through 8, I believe. And the winner does receive a cash prize, and their posters are published and used by the Fair Housing Council for a year in all of their marketing materials for fair housing education. So that was really exciting. And in the month of March, we took some time to do some all-staff training to focus on trauma-informed care and the foundations and principles of trauma-informed care, which was very well received by staff. And as we continue to work with more of our partner organizations and focus on housing folks who've experienced homelessness and just other trauma related to housing insecurity, the principles of trauma-informed care have been really helpful in the work that we do, and good to keep in mind, not just for working with the folks who participate in our programs, but among each other as well. And we are just kind of keeping on with our software conversion. We continue to make steps in that arena. I am really proud to report that we are moving towards issuing with our partner U.S. Bank, prepaid debit cards to our clients who receive a utility reimbursement payment each month. So we successfully got that going. Clients should have their first payments for May 1st on those cards, which are more secure than check payments, and don't require that you go someplace to cash a check and all that kind of stuff. So it'll be easier for clients as well. And we do have a big bunch of waiting lists opening on Saturday, April 27th. And I'm so sorry, I don't have the list of properties. We have a project-based voucher property, Hope Plaza, that list is opening. And then a couple of our senior sites. And I believe one of the lists for one of our affordable sites is opening as well. So details are available on our website. So those will open online April 27th on Saturday at 9 a.m. And they'll be open until May 19th. So folks can apply anytime during the opening.
Great, thank you. And I know you're probably doing all sorts of communications with the community about those housing lists being opened up.
We are. We published several public notices in various news outlets throughout the region. And we've notified our community partners and agencies and organizations that we work with and the Emergency Housing Network of those openings. So hopefully that information has gotten out far and wide to the community.
And I'm guessing that that's in multiple different languages.
Indeed, yeah. We publish all of our publications in English and Spanish, and then online on our website when folks apply. If they use Chrome as their browser, if you set your default language to something other than English, when you go to a website that's in English, it'll actually ask you if you want to translate it. So that'll help folks who need that application in an alternative language. And of course, our staff are available to help people as well. We've got kiosks in our lobby, and we have staff who are trained to help people apply.
Great, thank you. Next month, I would love to see the poster that won. Could you get that into the report for us?
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's great. It's a really good poster, yeah.
That's exciting. Are there any other questions? Yes, Commissioner Nishioka.
Thank you, Chair. This isn't so much a question, Melanie, but simply a statement. I really appreciated your statement of April being the housing month and the history that you provided. This was certainly fresh for me in the sense that I basically experienced being on my own at 18 and trying to get through school, having to work anywhere from 1 to 3 jobs, and appreciated the fact that I was able, when I could afford it, to find a rental. And this was good information in remembering how tough it has been and how tough it still is. So I just really wanted to say I appreciated reading your report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
It was good to get a little history lesson and remembering that we have come far.
We have, and there's still work to do.
Yes, still work to do. Sometimes I think we all get bogged down in the work that we have to do in society, but it's good to take a moment to look back and see how far we've come. So thank you for that. All right, seeing no other questions, we are adjourned.
call to order this meeting of the Salem City Council for Monday, I will call to order this meeting of the Salem Urban Renewal Agency for Monday, April 22nd. If the recorder will please call the roll.
Board Member Stapleton.
I'm here.
Board Member Nishioka.
Here.
Board Member Phillips.
Here.
Board Member Gwynn.
Here.
Board Member Gonzalez.
Here.
Board Member Hoy.
Here.
Board Member Nordike, absent. Board Member Varney.
Here.
Chair Hoy.
Here. All right. Councilor Stapleton, do we have any additions or deletions to the agenda?
Not this one, no.
All right. Do we have anybody signed up for public comment? Not tonight. All right. Councilor Stapleton, on to the consent calendar.
Yes, I move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Motion by Stapleton, second by Phillips. Councilor, to your motion.
Thank you. Tonight is easy. It's just one thing. Item 3.1A, the March 25th, 2024 draft Urban Renewal Agency minutes. And that concludes the consent calendar.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Board Member Nordike, absent. Board Member Varney.
Aye.
Board Member Stapleton.
Aye.
Board Member Nishioka.
Aye.
Board Member Phillips.
Aye.
Board Member Gwynn.
Aye.
Board Member Gonzalez.
Aye.
Board Member Hoy.
Aye.
Chair Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. All right. Ms. Rutherford, did you have anything for the agency board? Your microphone's not on.
We do have an information report on the agenda tonight that is our administrative purchases. And there are two items there, and I would like to call out one of them, which is a grant to Ochoa's Queseria. This is their second grant. So the first grant helped relocate them from Albany to Salem and build their facility. They've been very successful. They're growing and expanding in that location. And so the second grant is to help them expand. The other item, I just wanted to speak to that because it can sometimes be confusing because it shows up under the Urban Renewal Agency. And that is some funding for items needed by the Convention Center. And this is not urban renewal money. It's through the gain loss reserve that is part of the contract with the Convention Center, where their funding, their revenue flows into a gain loss reserve that can then be used for improvements, equipment, linens, that sort of thing. And so that's what the funding is from for this other item on the agenda.
Thank you. Are there any questions about that? Councilor Nishioka.
Thank you. So is that gain loss funding specifically for the convention center
It is, yes.
and not the hotel?
No.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Seeing no further items before the Urban Renewal Agency, we are adjourned. And now I will call to order this meeting of the Salem City Council for Monday, April 22nd, 2024. If the recorder will please call the roll.
Counselor Stapleton.
Here.
Counselor Nishioka.
Here.
Counselor Phillips.
Here.
Counselor Gwynn.
Here.
Counselor Gonzalez.
Here.
Counselor Hoy.
Here.
Counselor Nordike, absent. Counselor Varney.
Here.
Mayor Hoy.
Here. Councilor Stapleton, do we have any additions or deletions to the agenda?
I move revisions. Is that what we're calling this? Okay. Because I was just reading it frantically, trying to understand what was happening.
Second.
Thank you. Sorry.
Are you done? I don't know. We have
glad
a
that Dan's
motion and some other words by Councilor Stapleton, and we have a second by Councilor Phillips.
Okay. Can I talk again?
Please.
Awesome. So what happened is that we had an item on 6C, which is in our information reports, and we moved it to section 3.3E. So we have an addition to the end of our consent calendar, and it's an application for funding under the Community Renewable Energy Grant Program issued by ODOT, or ODOE, the Oregon Department of Energy. I'll stop talking now.
We have a second. Is there any further discussion? So this is strictly on revising our agenda. No further discussion? Will the recorder please call the roll? Oh, sorry, hold on.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I was just curious why we moved it.
I would defer to our city attorney on that.
So it was accidentally placed under information reports. It's requesting council action, so it needed to be moved to an action item.
Any further discussion? All right, will the recorder please call the roll?
Counselor Gonzalez.
Aye.
Counselor Hoy.
Aye.
Counselor Nordyke, absent. Counselor Varney.
Aye.
Counselor Stapleton.
Aye.
Counselor Nishioka.
Aye.
Counselor Phillips.
Aye.
Counselor Gwynn.
Aye.
Mayor Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. All right. And now we are on to council and city manager comment. Do we have any? Councilor Phillips.
Thank you, Mayor and colleagues. There's a lot of things I could talk about right now. In the 2 minutes we're allotted each week to bring our thoughts to the community, but I just wanted to take this time to highlight that an election is coming and that we received our Marion County voters pamphlet. I'm not going to lobby for any specific topic, issue, or candidate, but I do want to encourage everybody to vote. So I'll just read directly from the official Marion County voter pamphlet. Ballots for the upcoming election will be mailed to registered voters on May 1st. Do not forget to sign your return ballot envelope. Voted ballots must be received in an election office or an official Oregon ballot drop-box site by 8 p.m. on May 21st, 2024, or postmarked by that same day, May 21st, 2024, and then received by the next week, May 28th, 2024. I think that we are stronger as a community when more people vote. So I encourage everybody to, learn more, read about everything in the pamphlet, and then to have your voice heard and to vote by May 21st of next month. And that concludes my comments for this week.
Thank you, Councilor. Are there further comments? Councilor Varney.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to mention this is Earth Day, and it's a very special day for me. In 1970, I got a group of my classmates together to go out and pick up litter along the road, and it's something that we did for week after week after week. And part of the reason we did that was because at the time there was a movement toward addressing the pollution that was accumulating all over. And I mean, we had, our water was much dirtier, polluted than it is now, and the air, I think of the smog and the acid rain, and all these things brought folks to take action, and even little things like going out and picking up litter or whatever collectively do make a difference. And then when legislation was passed, like the Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act, it made a huge difference on what our environment was. And so Earth Day is pretty special. I think about picking up the litter along the road, and now we have programs like Adopt a Highway, Adopt a Street, similar type programs. So it brings back really good memories. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Are there further comments? Councilor Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Along the Earth Day lines, this Friday from 3 to 7, there's a party in the park at Spong's Landing. It's an Earth Day event with activities hosted by Marion County Environmental Services, and all are welcome. So I think that's good news. It makes me remember my days in the Ranger Rick Nature Club and organizing cleanup crews at recess time, which I loved to do. I also wanted to just mention the gun violence event that happened at Chemeketa last Friday night. It was well attended and primarily in Spanish, which is very important in Northeast Salem, that we provide that kind of communication and offer that respect toward a community that's suffering greater than others in Salem right now with gun violence and violence in general, person-to-person type stuff. I was enlightened by some of the stories that were told by the folks during the question and answer period. I was also affirmed in the fact that these times are difficult. And some folks just face it more than others, and some folks face the challenges with our homeless and addicted and those suffering from mental illness on a very regular basis. So there was talk about the 3 more meetings that are to come in that series, which I'm excited about, and excited for the facilitator to come back from San Francisco to continue that leadership. I was only slightly discouraged by the promise of a plan by the end of the year. And that just seems like a long time to wait for me and for the community. I'd rather see something happen sooner, especially by summertime, because with more time and more daylight and less supervision, more things can happen. So my hope is to possibly move forward with some ideas on a community level to bring some sense of security to those neighborhoods that are suffering certainly more than others. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Is there other further comments? Councilor Stapleton.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to communicate that the city has a really busy week this week. Not only do we have this really important meeting tonight, but we also have our town hall tomorrow at Center 50 Plus. I think it starts at 6:30. And really excited to see the turnout for Northeast Salem. We had one kind of far south, and this one, and then we had one virtual, and now we're having one in our north area, and so really excited to see that. And then, of course, our Budget Committee meeting on Wednesday, and a Revenue Task Force meeting on Thursday. So really a lot going on, and love to see the community here tonight, but would love to see you at all these other events as well.
Thank you, Councilor. Are there any further comments? I will just mention that I was very pleased to be able to participate in the kickoff for the Sound the Alarm event Saturday morning with the American Red Cross out at Marion County Fire District 1. Many community members came together to install smoke detectors in homes in Northeast Salem. It was a great event. The Salem Capitals were there. They didn't even need ladders to do the installation. It was great because they're all very tall. But anyway, there were over 80 people there to do the installations. It was really, really a great event. So I know that that's going to save lives. And if you want more information about that program or about emergency preparedness, definitely get a hold of the Red Cross. They have a lot of free, it's all free to the community. So I encourage folks to take advantage of that. All right, Councilor Gonzalez, did you have anything? I'm sorry, I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss you. All right, thank you. Okay, we are now on to proclamations. So get a comfortable seat because we're going to be here for a little bit because we've got a few. We are going to start with a proclamation on the ending the sale of flavored nicotine products. I'm going to invite up Councilor Stapleton, and I'm also going to invite up, we have Lily Manville with Flavors Hook Oregon Kids and Kathy Otley here to accept the proclamation.
I see some more blue shirts. Would the rest of the blue shirts like to come up?
Sure. Come on up.
Yeah. Come on up.
I believe they're with the American Cancer Society, so that's great. We can have some on this side too.
Got some kiddos too?
I feel like
it's perfect. Okay, thanks everybody. All right, whereas Big Tobacco's use of candy flavors like bubblegum, blue raspberry, root beer, and minty menthol hooks generations of consumers, especially kids, students, and communities of color, on the massive hits of nicotine their tobacco products can deliver. And whereas the millions Big Tobacco spends on lobbying so retailers can continue selling their predatory candy-flavored products has triggered what the Surgeon General and the FDA have called an epidemic of e-cigarette use across the nation. And whereas Big Tobacco spends $115 million for marketing in Oregon each year, and whereas 10.8% of Oregonian 11th grade students use e-cigarettes, and 5,000 Oregonian kids use under 18 try cigarettes for the first time each year. Some of these are just staggering numbers. And whereas tobacco companies are creating a cycle of addiction that puts taxpayers, whether they smoke or not, on the hook for $373.6 million annually in Medicaid costs caused by smoking in Oregon. And whereas each year tobacco use kills over 8,000 Oregonians and costs over $5.7 billion in medical expenses and lost productivity. And now, therefore, Chris Hoy, the mayor of the city of Salem, does hereby proclaim or support ending the sale of flavored tobacco products and encourages the legislature to act immediately to protect kids and targeted communities from Big Tobacco's candy-flavored and minty menthol tobacco use to lure young people into a lifetime of addiction, dated this 8th day of April 2024.
Thank you very much. I wanted to thank the City Council, everyone here. Y'all are really busy in the news, so thank you for prioritizing public health today. And I wanted to thank the Marion County Tobacco Prevention and Education Program for presenting last month some staggering statistics about Salem and local to Marion County. I started smoking in the late 80s in middle school, a couple years older than this one here, and I cannot believe we're still talking about it. The tactics have changed, but big tobacco in the industry has not, and that is why this is so important. It's things like this that keep us moving forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Did you want to say something? This is for you. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Mayor Hoy and members of the City Council. My name is Kathy Otley. I live in Salem. Along with several other volunteers here tonight, we represent the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. I want to thank you for your support in asking our state legislators to end the sale of flavored nicotine products here in Oregon. You are joining a long list of city councils, county commissioners, and school boards across Oregon calling on the state legislature to take this issue seriously. We must keep up the pressure. The leading cause of death in Oregon continues to be lung cancer, with heart disease close behind. 90% of adults who smoke started before they could legally purchase a tobacco product, and 85% of them started with a flavored product. Fewer than 30% of adults who smoke report using any form of flavored product, but almost all children who smoke exclusively use flavored products. As a grandmother of a 15-year-old student at South Salem High School, I wish only the best for his health and welfare. We owe it to our children to remove this product from their lives. I urge everyone here to include this issue in your conversations with your state legislative delegation and ask that they prioritize this issue in 2025. Thank you for your time and support as we work together to end cancer as we know it for everyone.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Fantastic. Yeah, I'll come join you. Hold on. Thank you. Thank you. All right, and now I would like to invite up Councilor Varney to read the Earth Day proclamation. Also, I would like to invite up members of the Baha'i community of Salem to accept the proclamation, including Pamela Volk, Anissa Rodriguez, Joshua Wolf, Miranda Hennon, and our dear friend Soha. Good to see you again. Please come up, everybody. Councilor.
Well, welcome everybody. Yes, today is Earth Day. And this is our proclamation. Whereas the City of Salem recognizes the importance of environmental stewardship and the preservation of our planet for future generations, and whereas Earth Day serves as a reminder of our collective responsibility to protect nature and the Earth's natural resources, And whereas we acknowledge the interconnectedness of environmental, social, and economic well-being and strive to create a sustainable and equitable future for all. And whereas City of Salem recognizes the critical role that ecosystems play in building resilience to environmental challenges such as climate change and natural disasters. And whereas City of Salem has promoted sustainable actions through initiatives such as the Oregon Bottle Bill, the Climate Action Plan, tree canopy efforts, green stormwater infrastructure, clean stream initiative, and Salem's Goal 5 Natural Resources Inventory. And whereas the City of Salem works to achieve a thriving environmental, social, and economic well-being and an equitable future for all. Now therefore, Chris Hoy, Mayor of the City of Salem, does hereby proclaim April 22nd, 2024 as Earth Day. Together, let us use this day to celebrate the beauty and diversity of our planet and to renew our commitment to environmental conservation and sustainable practices.
Hi, everybody. I'm Anissa, and I'm so pleased to be up here today with all of you. Our teenagers and ourselves, we had this wonderful idea to volunteer to sort of help with the Peace Plaza. We saw that the Peace Plaza was in need of some love, and because of that, we also became acquainted with some folks and to work in the pollinator garden. So yesterday morning, we were up at 9:30 here in the pollinator garden, pulling weeds and trying to make it beautiful and trying to make sure we pulled up the right things and not the wrong things. And we, you know, as members of the Baha'i community, we really feel that we really are part of a world community that cares very deeply about our environment and cares very deeply about creating a future where all of us are welcome and all of us are appreciated. And yesterday when I was pulling weeds and my back hurt, I thought about a quote. This is from the Baha'i writings. Illumine and hallow your hearts. Let them not be profaned by the thorns of hate or the thistles of malice. Ye dwell in one world and have been created through the operation of one will. Blessed is he who mingleth with all men in a spirit of utmost kindliness and love.
Excuse me. On your desks is a lovely robin's egg blue folder. It is a short introduction to a much longer document that was presented by the Baha'i International Community at the excuse me, G20 meeting on excuse me, dust from bugs and plants, from the G20 gathering in Stockholm, Sweden in 2022. And it gives you some idea of the breadth of our commitment because we are truly a global community, and the depth of our commitment is for all of humanity. We believe we are but one country and mankind its citizens. So thank you.
Thank you all for being here. Now I would like to invite up Councilor Nishioka to read the National Therapy Animal Day Proclamation. And I'm going to invite up Daphne and her handler. And I know we have other therapy dogs here as well, but I'm going to ask those folks to stay up in the kind of the upper area and maybe stand up and be recognized. We only want to have one of the therapy dogs here at a time. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, Daphne, come on up. I had some time alone with Daphne while you guys were in the Housing Authority meeting, so we have met, and boy, is she snuggly. She is awesome.
Yes, yes, thank you. Thank you for coming. The proclamation. Whereas April 30th has been designated as National Therapy Animal Day, and whereas scientific research shows that interacting with therapy animals can reduce stress, relieve depression, slow heart rate, lower blood pressure, and strengthen the immune system. And whereas therapy animal teams in the city of Salem play an essential role in improving human health and well-being through the human-animal bond. And whereas the therapy animal teams interact with a variety of people in our community, including veterans, seniors, patients, students, and those approaching end of life. And whereas those exceptionally therapy animals who partner with their human companions bring comfort and healing to those in need. And whereas we encourage more pet owners to consider becoming volunteers to help our community by creating greater access to meaningful therapy animal visits. Now therefore, Chris Hoy, Mayor of the City of Salem, does hereby proclaim April 30th as National Therapy Animal Day in the City of Salem, and encourage our citizens to celebrate our therapy animals, their human handlers. Further, I publicly salute the service of therapy animal teams in our community and in communities across the nation. Dated this 22nd day of April, 2024.
Could we have all of our therapy animal handlers stand? Of course. Jane, if you could stand up, everybody. All right. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rhonda Herbert, and this is my partner, Daphne. Inspired by a love for animals and a desire to make a positive impact, we became a certified pet therapy team through Pet Partners. Tonight, Daphne and I are thrilled and honored to accept the National Animal Therapy Day proclamation here in Salem, Oregon. This proclamation is not just for us, it's for all the dedicated animal therapy teams right here in our own city and across the nation. These remarkable teams bring comfort, joy, and healing to those in need. From loyal dogs,
curación a los que lo necesitan,
from loyal dogs to patient cats,
de los perros leales,
gentle horses, and every other furry companion, past and present, who has made a difference, we stand together. Together we create a brighter, more compassionate world, one paw at a time. Thank you to Stacy Simmons, Mayor Hoy, and Councilor Nishioka for recognizing the vital work of animal therapy teams. Thank you to all who believe in the healing power of animals. Thank you so much and have a good evening, and here's to April 30th.
Thank you, Counselor. Thank you, Daphne. All right, I do have one other proclamation. We're not going to read it because it didn't make it in time for our process, but I do just want to make a statement about it. In addition to the other deserving proclamations we heard this evening, I'd like to mention that Sunday, April 28th, I will be celebrating Workers' Memorial Day, which commemorates the passage of the Occupational Safety and Health Act of 1970. Every year, tens of thousands of workers are killed by workplace injuries and occupational disease. Tens of thousands more are permanently disabled, and millions are injured. In 2023, 56 Oregonians died on the job. I'd like to thank Tina Turner Morfitt from AFSCME and all of our friends from labor for championing the rights of workers everywhere, and I encourage the community to join me in observing this important day. Thank you. Tina, are you here? I'm sorry, I don't.
Right over here.
Thank you. I am sorry, I did not recognize you. I would like to bring this to you. Okay. And also, I did get a Daphne trading card if you didn't get one. Sorry. You got to read the proclamation, I got the trading card. I think that's a good deal. All right. One moment while I catch up with where we are at. Okay, we have no presentations. Now we're on to public comment. Hold that one. All right, so as a reminder, when I call your name, I'd like you to come up to either of the lecterns, hit the button so the green light comes on, introduce your name and either your ward or your address, and you have 3 minutes. When the yellow light flashes, that means you have 1 minute left. When the red light comes on, that means your time is done. If you would stop talking at that time, we would appreciate it. First up, and I apologize if I'm not getting the name exactly correct, but first up we have Benjamin, is it Fisback? Fryback, sorry. I was trying really hard. I have terrible penmanship, so I can relate to people not being able to read my writing. Benjamin Fryback. Hit that green button for me. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Hoy and members of the council, I am Benjamin Fryback of Ward 3. I'm here to comment on item 3.3D. I'm glad the proposed street resurfacing project includes street safety improvements such as buffered bike lanes and enhanced crosswalk. This is sorely needed. This project also includes the construction of a bicycle box on Liberty at State Street, which is about a block that way. But unfortunately, just before the bike box, we are planning to reinstall 9 parking spaces, which will share 12 feet of space with this bike lane. The best-selling vehicle of 2023 was a Ford F-150. With the mirrors folded out, it's nearly 8 feet wide. The driver may park up to 1 foot from the curb. This leaves about 3 feet for people on bikes to get by. Is this acceptable? What happens if somebody opens their door when somebody is riding their bicycle next to it? This is a bicycle protected parking lane. Do we need these 9 spaces this badly right next to a 450 space parking garage? To keep the city in line with Vision Zero goals, I would like this space to be used for a proper bicycle lane. I urge a yes vote under the condition that this is addressed. Hopefully everyone else is enjoying Earth Day. It's pretty nice out. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Dan Stover. Or is it Don? I apologize. Hit that button for me before you start. There you go.
All right. Honorable members of Salem City Council, my name is Don Stover, and I am from Ward 5. I went to Scott Elementary, Waldo, and I'm a graduate of McKay High School. I stand before you today to address a matter of the utmost importance: the implementation of prevailing wage requirements when developers seek tax incentives for multifamily construction projects. The issue strikes at the heart of our community, values, and the integrity of our local economy. Prevailing wage laws are not just before ensuring fair compensation for workers. They're about upholding area standards, safeguarding against exploitation in the construction industry. When developers request a tax incentive to build multifamily projects, it's imperative that we adhere to these standards and prioritize responsible contracting practices. Irresponsible contractors, such as those employed by Deacon Development, pose a significant threat to our community. These contractors have a track record of disregarding area standards, engaging in tax and wage theft, and perpetuating a cycle of exploitation that harms workers, undermines the integrity of our local economy. By implementing prevailing wage requirements for developers seeking tax incentives, we send a clear message that Salem will not tolerate unethical business practices that compromise the well-being of workers and undermine the competitiveness of responsible contractors. Furthermore, failing to implement prevailing wage requirements expose our community to significant risks, including tax fraud, wage theft, and worker exploitation. These practices not only harm workers and their families, but also erode public trust in the development process and tarnish the reputation of our city. It is our duty as stewards of this community to prioritize responsible development practices that uphold area standards, protect workers' rights, and promote the long-term prosperity of our city. By implementing prevailing wage requirements for developers seeking tax incentives, we take a proactive step towards creating a fair, equitable environment for our stakeholders involved. Excuse me. In conclusion, I urge the Salem City Council to take decisive action implementing prevailing wage requirements for developers requesting tax incentives for multifamily construction projects. Let's stand united in our commitment to uphold area standards, combating tax and wage theft, and fostering responsible development practices that benefit our community as a whole. Thank you for your attention to this important matter. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Tino Juarez. You're good to go. Yep.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Tino, and I'm a local carpenter that works that lives out of Ward 6. I understand the need to incentivize developers to encourage growth in our city. But I think this deal of giving Deacon a 10-year property tax exemption sounds like a win only for Deacon alone and not the community of Salem. I want to shine light on common practices that go on by jobs that are under Deacon's direct supervision. They hire illicit contractors like TMG Wall Systems, CDS, Columbia Drywall Systems. Let me share with you one incident about a job that happened in a prime area of downtown Portland. There was a worker that called me in the middle of Christmas that he went 6 weeks without pay. What a way to spend the holidays. Not only that, but another worker, his direct partner, his wife, ended up in the hospital, and he is still trying to recover from failure of lost wages. These individuals are working 10 to 12 hours a day at $120 cash a day. If you break that down, that's about $11 an hour. You think about this economy and inflation, what it's done, what does that do to a sole provider of his family? What's even more disheartening to me is that these workers are afraid to speak up because of their status. They feel trapped, they feel used, and they're treated just like a commodity to get a job done. That sounds a lot like worker exploitation to me. My heart was even crushed when the worker told me that this is not the first time. When I approached Deacon's supervision about this issue, they simply brushed it off and told me that this is not my problem. This is above my pay grade. If it's not their problem, then whose is? I hope as I'm standing here this evening that as I'm here in this room of local leaders, when workers are being paid cash and under the table, listen, let's just call it for what it is. They're treated like they don't even exist. I hope as I'm standing in this room today that we can develop a plan or really ask questions about Deacon, and does this deal only benefit them, and what does it bring to Salem, and does it align with Salem's values? This question for Deacon and this council, if it's not their problem, then whose is? What's to ensure that as Deacon keeps building in our community, that workers like me are protected?
Thank you for your testimony. Next up we have, is it Trampus Simmons? Thank you.
All right, Mayor, City Council, for the record, my name is Trampus Simmons, Ward 6. I am here to oppose 3.2A. I stand before you to express my opposition to the proposed 10-year tax cut, or credit, excuse me. Because of this project, because this project lacks labor standards. Let's consider the core values of our society. We believe in fairness, equality, and respect for all workers. By providing a tax credit to projects without labor standards, we are essentially endorsing a system that may exploit workers, pay unfair wages, or even disregard safe working conditions. Now let's think about the economic implications of this. Yes, a tax credit might stimulate investment and potentially create jobs in the short run. But at what cost? Without labor standards, these projects turn into crime scenes. Cash payment, labor brokers, we are creating a problem this community will be dealing with for the next several years. This will harm our local economy in the long run. This proposal could set up a dangerous precedent. If we allow tax credits for projects without labor standards, what's to stop more businesses from disregarding these labor standards in the future? This could lead to a race to the bottom, where businesses compete not on their quality of their product or services, but on how much they can take from the worker. While the tax credit can be a powerful tool for stimulating economic growth, it must be used responsibly. We should not sacrifice labor standards for short-term gains. Instead, let's use these tax credits to incentivize businesses to uphold labor standards, to create a win-win situation for workers or businesses in our economy. And if anybody, including the mayor, the city council, would like to see the proof of what we're speaking about, I have the videos and I'll be here till the end. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Steve Deacon. Hit that green button for me before you start, please. Thank you. There you go.
Okay. My name is Steve Deacon. I'm with Deacon Development. I'd be happy to talk to you fellows after the meeting. What was discussed here really is not what I came to talk about. It is a subject that we can talk about, but not at this meeting here. We are the developer of, we call it Rivenwood Apartments. It's the site of the old Nordstrom building. And I wanted to say that the relationship that we had with the city throughout that project was really wonderful. As far as teamwork and effort together, you guys should be proud of what your city brings to the table. And in today's market, it's extremely important that you have this type of a partnership approach. We're here to talk about the tax exemption for the project that we are proposing, which is at Chemeketa and High Street. It's about 105 units. And I can tell you from our experience on Rivenwood, the one at Nordstrom, without the tax exemption, we probably wouldn't have built the project. And now, since we started that project 2 years ago, the financing costs have risen extremely high. They're about twice as high as they were when we started the project at the Nordstrom site. So providing some sort of partnership really is important in order to make projects go. I was at a meeting last night, and developer after developer have projects on the sideline. So your approach is a good approach, and without it, you know, the comment was, well, what does the city get? Well, the city gets 16 affordable housing units that you wouldn't otherwise get. What that does to our project is it decreases the actual value by about $1.5 million, but it's offset by the tax exemption for 10 years. And so it does allow us to look at the project from the perspective of moving forward. So I'm here to answer, I don't know if this is where you can ask questions or not, but we signed up to testify. We weren't quite sure how we were supposed to do this.
Yeah, this is, you're doing just fine. And this is a time, if council had questions for you, they could ask. But I would like to just start I mean, this isn't like a lengthy question and answer period or anything like that, but if we do have questions about your testimony, we can ask. But I would like to ask about the comments that were made previous to that, and you said you'd be happy to address them. But maybe not here. How, some serious allegations were made in earlier public comment. Help me understand where you're at with that and how we might move forward through, through those issues.
Well, prevailing wage, it's called area standard wage, is prevailing wage, is basically union wage. And our projects, we hired Dalkey Construction. They've been in business in the city of Salem since, I think, 1914. They're not a union contractor, so they don't automatically pay union wage. They pay, in some cases, more than union, in some cases less. I don't think that tying your tax exemption to union wages, I don't get the connection there at all. You've tied it to affordable housing,
right?
Which is really what the state statute is all about. And so now if you want to layer tying it to affordable, or to union wage, but it's the same as union wage. It's prevailing wage, which is the same as union wage. That's a whole different layer, and it's part of the reason that when you build affordable, quote, affordable housing projects, they cost approximately 1.5 to 2 times as much as market rate housing. There's other reasons in there too, but part of it's because the whole project is prevailing wage. There's nothing wrong with that, but you have to make sure that you get apples to apples, that you get apples to apples in the way you approach the project, because you can't just keep adding different requirements on without making sure there's a counterbalance. Like in your affordable housing industry, you have a different financing, tax increment financing program, which is not available to projects like ours. I don't think that helped a lot in explaining it, but I tried.
I understood what you're saying. There was a suggestion that you don't have labor standards and that you were employing subcontractors perhaps that were engaged in cash business, which I know can lead to problematic behavior. Do you have any response to those things?
Yeah, if we knew that that was taking place, we would not allow our subcontractors to do that type of business.
So what are the labor standards that you fall under, that you use, or what if we wanted to understand what your labor standards are? Is it state law? Is it, do you have a different code? What do you go by?
Oh, it's absolutely state law. But as compared to the union that has their own, written out standards, each of the companies, and a good part of our subcontractors are union. We don't really care if they're union or non-union. We just work with people who can do good work, have a good reputation, have a fair price. And so our standards are dictated really by competition and what it takes in order to find people. And these days, it's impossible to find workers, and so everybody is providing. Like I can tell you, our company, I'm on the same health insurance program as our carpenters and our laborers are, and it's an excellent program. And but we don't have a written out book that says, okay, here's what you have to do, because we allow each business to determine what's best for them in order to hire people and be competitive. So I could tell you what our company provides, but we don't dictate it to the other companies. I think it's worth mentioning that in the construction arena in the United States, approximately 90% of the work is done the way that I'm describing it. About 10% is prevailing wage. And so it does get a little bit distorted if people present it as, well, this is the standard. Well, it's not the standard. They call it the standard, but it's not the standard, because the other 90% really do count. And 90% of the work is done not under a standard wage requirement.
All right, I think we have a couple of other questions I want to get to. Councilor Gonzalez first. I saw your hand. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jose Gonzalez, Salem City Councilor, Ward 5. Mr. Deacon, construction industry is tough, I know. On one end, it's financially tough. On the other end, it's physically tough, and it's true that a lot of people in the Latino community are often, promised cash and then just left hanging. It happens a lot. It does happen a lot more than most people might think. Assuming, I'm not sure what process you may have, or maybe that's a question I have is, let's say one of your subs is not paying somebody for a job done and you've paid them. And what process would that person have? Is there a way that they can go up the ladder where like you're the final backstop? What's the process in that person? Or does it stop at that leadership of that subcontractor? Like what could someone do in that situation? What would you recommend them to do? Because the last thing we want is these projects that are happening downtown, which are very important, to be stained, and have that hurt certain members of the communities.
Sure. Well, first of all, I want to say I have, in the project that we did for you in Salem, I haven't heard anything about that. Now, they bring up a project in Portland. I'll be happy to talk with you about it. They can lien the project for unpaid wages. So that's what I would suggest that they do.
Councilor Gwynn.
I'm just wondering if there could be, I don't know, if there could be a misunderstanding. So how many of the workers on these projects are your employees, and how many are employees of a subcontractor? So and would you be willing to look at the video that this gentleman talked about and at least find out if that is a Deacon employee or is it an employee of a subcontractor?
Well, none of the employees on the project are Deacon employees. We hire Dalkey Construction. They're the general contractor. They hire the subcontractors. We're the developer of the project. So we don't have any construction employees.
I asked because you said that your employees. So you mentioned your carpenters, and so that's why I asked.
Well, they were referring to a project in Portland, which they didn't name the project, so I don't know what project it is, but I'm assuming it was a Deacon construction project. This is Deacon Development that you're talking to here, and we don't hire any construction workers. And in this particular case in Salem, we didn't even hire our sister company, Deacon Construction. We hired Dalkey because they have such a long track record in the city and with the subcontractors. So yeah, we don't have any construction workers on the projects.
Councilor Stapleton.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to pull us up and out of kind of an us versus them conversation, and I want to talk about the industry as a whole. Because sometimes we can get into the weeds and then get defensive and not really get at the heart of the issue. And the heart of the issue that I understand it, and this is new to me, I am just now starting to learn about what's happening across the state and in this industry as a whole. And so what I am concerned about is that it seems that the industry as a whole has an issue with unfair labor practices and even human rights violations, I would say. And it isn't in a space right now that it is monitored or regulated by the state. And so we're in a space, well, I'll just speak for myself. I am in a space now that I am being asked to vote on something that I am learning more about that gives me pause because of the issues within the industry. And so a couple of questions, and I think Councilor Gonzalez got at this a little bit, but if we are, these 9 folks here are gonna vote, we're gonna put our name on this, and we're gonna say, yes, we wanna do this. What kind of guarantees can you give us that these types of behaviors or concerns will be addressed in a way that is accountable to you, to the general contractor, and that information gets back to this body that is really putting our stamp of approval on a project with you. We are partnering with you to see this through, and some of it is making me personally uncomfortable. So what kind of guarantee can you give me that you understand the issue at its heart and that you are doing everything possible to make sure that it's not happening on projects that you're involved with?
Well, this is the first I've heard of it, so it's really not fair to ask me what I'm going to do with it, because I don't even know what you say. It's a pervasive issue. I think you're listening to one side of the story. I really do. And I think it would be better to have an open discussion, and not when we, not in quarters like this, but where we can sit down and talk about the situation, because I don't think you're getting the. I'm being given the impression that every construction project has all these unpaid workers that don't get paid for 6 weeks and are paid $8 an hour or whatever. And I don't believe that's anywhere close to being accurate. So I think we need to identify and define what it is that we're concerned about first, and then talk about if a remedy is necessary. These workers can lien the project if they feel like they've been unjustly or not paid. So I can tell you this is the first time in 20 years that anyone's asked us to, okay, how are you going to prove that the people that work for the subcontractors that work for the general contractor are being paid area wages, area standard wages? I think it's really important that everybody gets paid what they're due. And you don't need more state laws in order to enforce it. Now, maybe the workers need some awareness of what laws are available to them, but that doesn't mean that there isn't a mechanism for them to bring it to light.
Thank you. I think I might have some more questions, but I'll let that one simmer for just a minute.
Thank you. I'm wondering, Ms. Rutherford, if I'm trying to look for a way to resolve this, or at least have a more robust conversation other than during public comment, because I don't think that's the place to do it. And I'm wondering if maybe we could discuss you convening a meeting or something, a follow-up, so we could talk about these issues more broadly, and if there are specific questions for this particular developer, if it's just in general with the industry, or I'm just trying to figure out a path forward to get more information and to get some of our questions answered, and to let Mr. Deacon, actually prepare for some of these questions and that sort of thing. So I'm just trying to figure out, do you have any advice?
Well, I'm absolutely happy to convene a meeting to bring parties together with council members to discuss these issues. Secondarily to that, there is the item that's on the agenda tonight. So then that leads to some procedural issues in how we address that. I think there were also some other issues tied to timeliness of the project, and depending on what may or may not happen this evening, that were of concern to the development team as well. So all of that said, we can move forward with the path of convening a discussion, but then there will continue to be conversation this evening around the agenda item unless there's a motion to do something else.
Right, and I guess some of these answers won't be known right in this moment, but later after we get to that portion of the agenda. But I think regardless of what happens with that agenda item, that this is an important conversation. I guess that's my way of looking at it. It sounds like there's enough interest. I'm seeing nods from Councilor Gonzalez and a couple of others. So it sounds like whatever we do with that, we would want to have a bigger conversation.
Very happy to facilitate that conversation.
Thank you.
I want to say one more thing, if I can. Sure. What you're being asked to do is to invoke union prevailing wages on your projects in order to have the tax exemption. I can guarantee you it would stop this project. It would be done.
I heard the question a little bit more with some more complexity than just that one thing, and that's why I want to have an actual conversation where I can really understand what the folks were saying and understand the implications and understand what you're saying. I don't feel like I can do that right in this moment.
I understand.
But it seems like a rather complex set of issues. I didn't hear it just as one thing, but I want to understand it better. So that's just my take. Councilor Phillips.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for being here to talk about the project that we're considering tonight. I mean, this caught me off guard too. I wasn't expecting to have this conversation now, so I can commiserate with the fact that this is challenging to get brand new information and concepts at the last minute. I don't know why it's happening tonight. I would like to learn more about that as a counselor, and that's not something you can answer. But I think there's a couple of questions I should ask you, or may need to ask you as opposed to staff, although I'm not sure. First is, how big of a deal is timeliness? Like, do you need a vote tonight, or does that risk the project? I heard your other comment on prevailing wages, and that's not my question. Separate from that, is a vote absolutely needed tonight? I think we meet the second Monday of May would be the next time we meet as a body officially. And then the other question I have is, so I don't want to give the impression to the community that this is completely unregulated. Like, this is obviously a very regimented thing from our perspective as counselors. And as has been said by my colleagues, this is a partnership that we've done before. And what we as a city are getting is affordable housing. It's roughly 15% or 16 of the 105 residential units. And that's not a euphemism. Affordable housing in this case is defined affordable housing. So my first question is timeliness, and my second question is, do you have any more comments about what that process is for that defined affordable housing? I assume that is something that's regulated and monitored, and how does that work?
Yeah, I'm going to let Ian, he's our finance manager, he knows a lot more about that than I do. The timing, no, it doesn't have to be decided tonight. I can tell you that without the tax exemption, the likelihood of the project going forward is pretty minimal, but that's your decision to make, and you just have to make it when the time for the vote. It doesn't have to be tonight. The other challenge in the industry right now is construction costs have been high for 5 years, but now financing costs are just as high, and until the Fed decides to lower rates, financing costs are extremely high. And so that's probably going to have an impact on not only our project, but lots of projects out there in the world today, is the combination of the high construction cost and the financing costs. So no, it doesn't have to happen tonight, the vote, I mean. And Ian, I'm going to let him talk a little bit about how the 16 units are measured and monitored.
Yeah, thank you. Just briefly, we're pretty used to being monitored and controlled in Portland, where we also develop. So we have systems in place. The 16 units we would propose get allocated within the different unit types. So that would give you one live-work unit as an affordable unit. I think that leaves 6 studios as affordable units, 7 one-bedroom affordable units, and 2 two-bedroom affordable units. So we'd allocate them pro rata within the unit type, and then our property managers are pretty experienced with, verifying income levels and making sure that we're in compliance with the typical protocols involved with the program.
And then what level is the rent determined?
Oh yeah, the rent would be at 80% MFI. So for studios, when I looked this morning, that was about a $200 to $250 gap. I think it was $1,172 for a studio right now versus market rates a little closer to $1,350 to $1,400. I think the gap for one bedrooms was about $400 and $500 for 2 bedrooms between market rate rents and affordable rents at that 80% MFI.
And those numbers are provided by the state, right?
Yeah, they're published every year.
Median family income is the MFI.
Thank you for confirming that there's an official process and kind of talking about some of the more specifics. I appreciate that. And I know it's kind of a weird time right now. I appreciate the flexibility that everybody's having in all this. Again, I'm very supportive of this idea. I appreciate you guys working with us. I don't know what we're supposed to do in this kind of weird gray area that we're in, but I can't tell right now if the issue is specifically to Deacon Developing, which is what you're representing tonight, versus Deacon Construction. And I don't know how we're going to get that figured out. It might be through this convening process that happens later on. Okay. That's all I have to say. I appreciate your guys' testimony.
Thank you, Councilor. Mr. Llewellyn, I see you signed up as well. Did you have additional comments that you wanted to make? You had 3 minutes if you'd like.
Not unless you guys have questions. I know you're really busy.
Okay. Are there any further questions for either of these two gentlemen? Councilor Nishioka.
Thank you, Mayor Hoy. So you did say that tonight didn't have to be voted on for this. Can you give us an idea to what extent? Like a month? 2 months? I'm just curious to what point do you feel that you need that decision? And I'm also going to guess that you're also keeping an eye on interest rates because that's going to influence, I would guess. So I'm just wondering if you could give us a guideline on that.
Well, you're exactly right about that. And it's going to sound like I'm trying to be kind of flip here, but the timing is going to really depend on Jerome Powell and when the Fed reduces their base lending rate. So if you could help enlighten us about that, I could give you a real clear indication, because it really does tie very directly. The cost of financing right now is literally approximately twice as high as it was when we got the loan on the Ribbonwood project. And so we would like to start it this fall. We're in for permit. We would like to start it this fall, although we don't own the property yet. And you know, I'm not trying to bluff you or anything, but if things don't work, the margins are so tight on projects right now, and that's why you don't see a lot new ones actually happening. The timing is, we'd like to start it in the fall, but I don't think the Fed's going to lower their rates by then. I just don't really think so. So would it be in the winter sometime or this spring? I'm not sure. But I can tell you that this vote, if it worked out okay for us, then it would provide some security in the sense when we talk to our lenders, because it makes a big difference to them on how much they'll lend us.
Thank you. Yes, I understand that you have to, when you go to your lenders, not only does the interest rate need to be good, but those lenders are going to look at the project and then potentially give you either even a better rate potentially, or a tougher rate. So again, all I'm trying to find out is kind of like a window of time that we might have. And it sounds like maybe a couple months.
Yeah, I think a couple months is fair. I mean, part of the decision we make is, do we want to continue spending money out of our pockets, not knowing if we've secured the necessary pieces to move the project forward. So that plays into it a little bit, but I think a couple months is a fair estimate.
And this is about a $27 million investment for the project.
And
so
every day is ticking away.
It's substantial.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony this evening. I don't see any additional questions, so thank you. And you. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see your hand. Councilor Varney.
Thank you. Well, it kind of came up last minute. I was trying to determine if I was going to ask now or later, but it was something. Thank you for being here very much. And Mr. Deacon, at the beginning of when you were talking, I was curious, how does the designation of affordable units decrease the value of the apartment? Is it different than just the amount of rent that's taken in? Is there, I don't understand how that works, and then why do affordable units cost more to build? I mean,
oh, that's a whole other
seem
topic.
Identical, right?
Yeah, well, it's a real. Well, your first question, why does it decrease the value? Because we're collecting less rent.
Sure.
And the value is driven by how much rent you're collecting. So the way you calculate the value of a project, whether it's a retail or office or apartment, is you look at how much rent is coming in, and then it's called a capitalization rate. It gets a little bit confusing, but it definitely drives the value of the project. So if you're bringing in $10,000 worth of rent a month, your project has X value. If you're bringing in $9,000, the value of the project goes down proportionally. It absolutely relates to the amount of rent. So that's why it changes it when you can collect $400 or $500 less per unit for those 16 units.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense then.
And then the quote of there's two types of affordable. We're including 15% of our units as at the affordable rate. But then there's affordable projects where the entire project is affordable. It's financed by tax increment financing. Right. It's done by usually a affordable housing developer in conjunction with a financer. And those are it gets confusing because you talk about both of them as being affordable. Those are, quote, affordable, that the whole project is affordable. It falls under prevailing wage, minority and women-owned business utilization. Sometimes the design is a little bit different, maybe a little bit more robust, more support services. And, we don't develop when we build, but we don't develop the full package affordable. So I don't know the total detail, but I can tell you that the cost per unit when it's done is going to be 50 to 100% more.
If it's in a bigger complex where they're all affordable, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if it's the
versus what you're doing.
Yeah,
I was
exactly.
just trying to understand the difference. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it gets confusing, and we talk about why is that, and you'd have to really sit down and do the math to figure out the tax increment financing side of it. But I can tell you when you look at the projects and what they're valued at the end. The full affordable projects they cost a lot more.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Look forward to further conversation. All right, Councilor Stapleton, we are on to consent calendar.
Thank you. I move approval of the consent calendar with the exception of item 3.2A, pulled by Councilor Varney, and item 3.3A, by Councilor Hoy, and again, item 3.3B by Councilor Hoy.
Second.
Motion by Stapleton, second by Phillips. Councilor, to your motion.
Thank you. The consent calendar tonight consists of item 3.1A, the April 8th, 2024 draft City Council minutes, item 3.1B, April 15th, 2024 draft City Council work session minutes, item 3.2B, the transfer of appropriations within the city's fiscal year 2024 budget to fund a repair at the library parking structure. Item 3.3C, a claim settlement authorization. Item 3.3D, an authorization of the use of a bond premium funding to complete the 2024 pavement rehabilitation and replacement project. And our new one, item 3.3E, the application for funding under the Community Renewable Energy Grant Program issued by Oregon Department of Energy. And that concludes the consent calendar.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councillor Hoy.
Aye.
Councillor Nordyke absent. Councillor Varney.
Aye.
Councillor Stapleton.
Aye.
Councillor Nishioka.
Aye.
Councillor Phillips.
Aye.
Councillor Gwynn.
Aye.
Councillor Gonzalez.
Aye.
Mayor Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. All right, now we are on to our public hearings. First up is our 2024 Annual Action Plan for CDBG and Home Funds and 2022 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report.
The Salem City Council will now conduct a public hearing to receive testimony regarding the 2024 Annual Action Plan for Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, and 2022 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report. The hearing will begin with a staff presentation, followed by testimony from interested persons. Individuals testifying are limited to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Do you have a second?
Good evening, Mayor Hoy and council members. My name is Tiffany Otis, Federal Programs Manager in the Community Planning and Development Department. I'm starting tonight with the 2022 CAPER, which is the Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report. The U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development requires the city to report on the performance of the projects or programs that expended the Community Development Block Grant and Home Investment Partnership funds during the period of July 1st, 2022 through June 30th of 2023. The Consolidated Annual Performance Report identifies the Community Development Block Grant, known as CDBG, and the Home Investment Partnership funded projects or programs intended to meet the needs of individuals and families earning 80% or less of the median family income. For a family of 4 residing in Salem, the maximum income limit is $63,250 annually. A very low-income family of 4 would have a maximum household income of $39,550. This is the 3rd year reporting for the 2020 to 2024 Consolidated Plan. At the beginning of each fiscal year, the city prepares an annual action plan that informs HUD and citizens what the goals and objectives the city intends to meet with the CDBG and home funds during that upcoming year. At the end of the fiscal year, the city prepares the Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report, known as CAPER, to illustrate the actual accomplishments that were achieved during that year. Some programs are funded in one year and may have carried over activities into subsequent years. Based upon applications from community partners, during the 22-23 program year, there were 2 priority funding goals: addressing homelessness and expanding affordable housing, seen on this slide. Goal number 1, addressing homelessness, the actual accomplishments seen on slide. Programs designed to prevent or address homelessness were implemented. The programs included homeless case management, rehabilitation of affordable housing, tenant-based rental assistance, and food services. Completed projects included funding that supported the Meals on Wheels for seniors. 824 residents were served under this goal. Goal number 2, expand affordable housing, seen on this slide. Several housing projects are wrapping up. Affordable housing development is a highly complicated and challenging process that on average takes 4 to 7 years to go from conception to lease up. Affordable housing projects are financed with private loans, federal tax credits, and state funding streams. Some delays have been a consequence, like supply chain issues and increased building material costs. Inflation is a factor in securing construction financing and is not expected to be relieved until 2025. Despite the challenges, projects are moving forward. The combined capital investment of the projects will exceed $100 million. You see the projects there listed on the slide.
Tiffany, if I could just interrupt you for one moment.
Yes.
I apologize. I need to disclose a potential conflict, as I noticed somebody who has signed up for testimony on this item has donated more than $1,000 to my reelection campaign. And pursuant to the charter, I need to recuse myself from this item. So I'm going to turn the meeting over for the time being to Councilor Stapleton, and I will not be participating in this hearing.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Can you just take who the donation is from?
I'm sorry, and the donation was from Jackie Leung from her political PAC. So I just want that to be really clear, and I won't be participating in this. So Councilor, you're on. And I'll be outside. Come get me when this one's over. Thank you.
Thank you. The slide's loading now for partners. Service providers experienced many challenges in administering programs during this reporting period. Although the number of persons infected with COVID virus decreased, there were many restrictions still in place. This impacted the number of persons that could be served. Staffing shortages and turnover due to burnout were also challenges impacting many organizations. The city worked with 25 different partners during this reporting period. We would sincerely like to thank each and every one of them. Preceding tonight's public hearing, a 30-day comment period allowing citizens the opportunity to review and comment on the performance outcomes. At this time, no comments have been received. The report will be submitted to HUD and Congress. Are there any questions regarding CAPER for 2022?
Anybody have any questions? Nope. Do you have more to, I'm guessing you have more to talk about.
I'm going to go on to the 2024 Annual Action Plan.
Okay, so we'll say question. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Hoy and Council. My name is Tiffany Otis, Federal Programs Manager in the Community Planning and Development Department. Tonight's purpose is the public hearing to provide an opportunity for public to hear and comment on the proposed 2024 Annual Action Plan and the awardees. What is the Annual Action Plan? Part of the Consolidated Plan requires that each year of Annual Action Plan is created to identify what activities will take place during that program year. A required public notice announcing the 2024 Annual Action Plan appeared in the Statesman Journal on March 21st, 2024 through April 8th, 2024. There were no public comments received. However, if I do have them, responses will be documented. The annual plan is formed with consideration to other community-driven initiatives addressing the affordable housing, economic development, and supportive services for the low-income and at-risk populations. For example, a priority in the council-approved strategic plan includes a community desire to increase affordable housing options, improve coordination of social services, and reduce the number of the hardest to house or chronically homeless in our community. The City of Salem's multifamily housing design process, which includes public input to help meet the Salem's housing needs by removing barriers to multifamily housing development and ensuring new development is compatible with neighborhoods. The Continuum of Care Plan guides the use of the McKinney-Vento federal funding for the emergency and transitional housing with supportive services. Currently, the city has a 5-year consolidated plan of 2020 to 2024, which outlines the city's priorities and goals seen on the slide. I just presented the CAPER for 2022, that is year 3 of the consolidated plan. CAPER 2023, year 4, will be presented later this fall. This is Annual Action Plan, year 5 of the consolidated plan, and these are the identified priorities. The Annual Action Plan funding cycle began in early fall with staff conducting informational outreach to our city's for-profit and nonprofit entities. In October, a notice was published in Statesman Journal, minority publications, and a press release was issued. The public announcement was posted on the city's website, the Salem Public Library, and distributed at various meetings, such as the Emergency Housing Network, Salem Kaiser, NAACCP, and Salem Kaiser Collaboration Team meetings. In December, after the application period was closed, staff reviewed the proposals to determine if the proposed activities were eligible based on the federal funding guidelines. Applications were forwarded to a work group of panelists comprised of Salem citizens and persons with knowledge of the Salem's homeless population needs for the review and scoring. Staff then ranked the applications based upon the total scores. Funding recommendations are based on those rankings. Recommendations are outlined in the draft annual action plan, which was publicly noticed and transmitted to community partners. These are the approximate award amounts. HUD has not released the federal funding as of today's date. How will the proposed funding be used? The proposed projects will provide various types of assistance to approximately 25,000 individuals and families within Salem. These projects are designed to assist low to moderate citizens with economic and social and housing needs. The city will contract with the applicants once the Department of Housing and Urban Development and submit federal funding agreements, and they're duly executed by our city manager. Federal regulations also require the city to conduct an environmental review of each activity to determine whether a project may have an impact on the environment. The approximate federal funding available to award includes annual entitlement, program income for loans previously funded, project cost savings, and unallocated resources from previous years. The total available resources are used to fund programs, projects, and administrative services and expenses. Administrative expenses are capped at 10% for the home entitlement and program income, at 20% for the CDBG entitlement and program income. Grant subrecipients are also required to provide a 25% match to leverage the federal funds. This slide represents the amount of funds allocated to each consolidated plan goal. Federal program staff recommends funding to the following programs for CDBG and home. All these programs are aimed to target the 4 goals and priorities mentioned earlier. Under CDBG, St. Francis Shelter, Northwest Human Services Host, and Center for Hope and Safety for case management services. Garton Services for building safety for continued job support. City of Salem land acquisition with infrastructure, and WesCare for rehabilitation. Dev Northwest, who is our CHOTO for operating expenses, and Voyagers Village, Micronesian Islander community for a new affordable housing development. Next steps. The next steps include the HUD reviewing and approving the annual action plan, then entering into agreements with our program's partners, followed by program implementation. Staff will be monitoring program administration and reporting back to council and the public at the program's end. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have anybody sign up for public comment? Yes, please.
First person to sign up is Roy McLean. Mr. McLean, you'll have 3 minutes. A yellow light will come on when 1 minute is left, and a red light will come on when your time is done. Please state your name and your address or ward for the record.
My name is Roy McLean. I'm with WesCare. Our DBA is Vet Care here in Salem, but we're the WesCare Foundation. We run a GPD 501c3 nonprofit for veterans. We house 30 homeless veterans, and we provide wraparound programs to get them back to self-sufficiency. And I wanted to just get up here and thank the council members. I think we're in Zone 6, and your consideration for the funding. Just to put it in perspective, there's only 2 GPDs in the Marion, Polk, Lynn, Benton, and Lincoln counties. There's the Tanner Project with Mid-Willamette Valley Community Action Agency, and there's VetCare. Of those 2 agencies, only can house 30 veterans per facility. So you can understand the magnitude of, just in the 5 counties, how many veterans are out there that aren't being taken off the street into our programs. So I just wanted to get up here and say thank you for your consideration. It's really, really needed. This is for the safe and sanitary transitional housing for the veterans at my facility. Our upgrades are outdated, our facility is old, so these fundings will go towards new HVAC. We have a full kitchen, so we need new evaporators and condensers for the walk-in refrigerators and freezers, and new energy efficient windows. If I could ask for more for other things that I have going on, I'll be here next year as well. So I'm not a very good speaker, but I just wanted to get up here and say thank you for your consideration. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for all your work. Yeah, we have a question.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it's more of a comment, but I'll try to phrase it into a question like on Jeopardy. So you mentioned, like, imagine, what it's like. And, my day job is I'm an emergency room doctor, so I don't have to imagine. I care for people in our community who are houseless or unsheltered every day. And I would say a substantial proportion of them have served our country. So in the military. So I just want to say thank you for the work and partnership you're doing in our community. It absolutely saves lives. I guess I bought myself enough time to phrase this as a question. You mentioned that you could do more, and you don't have to go into gory details, but I would really like to hear what we could do to be more effective in supporting you in your mission to house more people who served our country.
Just initial funding when we come to it. I have a $1.5 million capital grant from the VA that I'm sitting on that I can't utilize. Things happened and transpired where I share my building with Mid-Willamette Valley, actually. And things happened to where we ended up not being able to acquire that side of the building, so now I can't use that 1.5. And 1.5 is not enough to go out and find another building, purchase it, get a kitchen, upgrade, so I have to send that money back to the VA. So I'm not happy about that. So if I can come and sit here, and I think I owe it to you to come here since you're considering a $400,000 grant amount, and I appreciate that, so I wanted to be here for that. And I need more, and I'll be coming back. So I just appreciate that. Just to give you an idea, too, that I wrote down some stuff since I just got on to being director for the GPD here in June. And from 2022 to now, as far as percentage of veterans in discharge of permanent housing, in FY22 it was 56.41%. In FY23 it was 80%. In FY24 to date, 70%. And it's just increasing more and more. Our wraparound services, we're not just providing housing without programs. We have the Staff Sergeant Fox Suicide Prevents Program that we get from the VA. We have the Homeless Veterans Reintegration Program, which is an employment agency we get from the VA, or from the Department of Labor, I'm sorry. And then we have our aftercare program, which follows veterans 6 months after they get into permanent housing so they don't have recidivism back to homelessness. So it's not, we're not just providing housing and saying, here you go. And it's just, that sets up for failure. So I wanted to give you those stats a little bit, just to let you know we have those wraparound services. We're trying to do the best we can, but the VA is pretty tight as well. So I just really appreciate your time and your consideration, and it's really needed. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up.
Next up is Jackie Leung.
Hi everybody, Rana Lim, that stands for hello in Chukis. My name is Jackie Leung. I am a resident of Ward 4, and the MIC Micronesian Islander Community Office is currently in Ward 2. is this work? Okay. And our future build will be in Ward 1 on the corner of Grove and Commercial. And so so I am, like I said, Jackie Leung with the Executive Director of the Micronesian Islander Community. We are really excited. We are working with the AAPI, or Asian American Pacific Islander Housing Advocates, to develop 41 affordable housing units for our community. The majority of the units are 2 bedrooms. We have 25 2-bedroom units, 13 that will be 3-bedroom, and 3 that will be 1-bedroom. Another key piece that we are really excited about is also the building of the first community center for Micronesians here on the continental U.S. The only other 2 builds or buildings specifically that are cultural specific for Micronesians is in Hawaii and in Guam. Otherwise, it will be the first one in general over on this side of the U.S., as well as the very first that we could be very proud to call Salem our home. For Micronesians specifically, we actually, within the Salem-Kaiser School District, 2 of the top 5 languages are Micronesian languages. Chuukese, which I had said Ranalim is one of them, and the other one is Marshallese. And we're really excited for this opportunity to move forward with our build, and we look forward to support from the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions at all? Nope. Thank you, Jackie. Next up.
Okay, next up is Kapiolani Mitsley.
Okay. Is it on? Okay. Hi. Good evening, member of City Council. My name is Kapiolani Migi. I'm with Micronesian Islander community. I'm also a community health worker that I work with the Micronesian here in Salem and also in Portland or in Oregon itself. So I'm here to ask for your support and for our new housing, affordable housing, and the community center. I've worked with families and I try to find them homes. With the higher payoff rent, some families, they don't have to buy food because they have to save it for their rent. And that just kind of broke my heart. So I sometimes feel like I have a dead end because I don't know where to put a family when they're evicted from their home or their apartment, sorry. So like just having a home here in like the community will make a big difference. We are trying to keep the community stable, safe, and have a secure place where they can call home. Please support us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, Dan, what's next?
That's our final speaker.
Okay.
If I could ask you to close the hearing and then proceed to deliberations.
Yes. Yeah. Do we get to do questions to staff before the close or no?
Both.
Okay. So I will close the hearing. I don't have a gavel, sadly. Thank you. And we will open it up for questions to staff. And we will have Councilor Phillips lead us off.
Thank you. I think that this is a great update. This looks like an annual process we do regularly, and there's some good news, some new things in this year's package. Some of these numbers stand out. You mentioned, or staff had mentioned, that there's like 100 million local investments. And I was just wondering if you could kind of paint in broad strokes, like where's that funding coming from?
There are a lot of avenues of funding for the affordable housing projects. As mentioned earlier, there could be private development funding. There could also be OHCS. There are several avenues of funding through OHCS. Some is GAP funding, some is veterans, some is the LIHTC tax credits of 4% and 9% that are involved in many of our projects that make it the envelope of total affordable housing, as was discussed earlier, the difference between some units being affordable versus the whole project being affordable.
So I guess my more specific point would be how much of it comes from like the general fund, for example?
As far as I know, we don't have anything of general fund in any of our proposed housing projects.
I'm seeing confirmation from our director, so yeah, none. And I just wanted to highlight that. So this is a big thing that we do as a city,
yes,
but this is an annual process, and this is funding that we're kind of a pass-through, correct me if I'm wrong, for other agencies that are not our general fund.
Right. We're a participating jurisdiction for the HUD funds of the CDBG and Home Dollar.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Nishioka.
Thank you. Tiffany, wonderful presentation, and I think it was really appropriate to have in this meeting with the other conversation about what affordable, a certain percentage, 15% of affordability versus why it is so expensive for a full affordable unit. And a lot of it is really the wraparound services and all of the other things that are being provided in those units. So I think that this was great, a great timing, because I think that offers a bit of clarity for all of us in those differences, and that different people do the affordable housing than providing 15% of affordability. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Councilor Gwen.
Thank you. You mentioned on number 5 was a land acquisition. I was just curious if you've identified any property yet, and is there a timeline in which you have to purchase or identify it?
Yes, thank you for the question. We have approximately 6 properties that are under review right now with our CHOTO, Dev Northwest, and we've given them some parameters and guidelines of what we're hoping to get out of the land acquisition for how many units we can potentially build on. 60 is our lowball number. We'd like to go higher if we can, depending on the acreage size. And then a total of the CDBG dollar from start to finish is roughly 6 years.
I had a quick question. When you are scoring these projects as they come in, do you give any consideration to high barrier versus low barrier?
Of the persons involved?
Yes.
Absolutely. That's one of the national objectives and eligibilities is a low moderate income person, low moderate area.
Okay.
That's required by HUD for eligibility.
Maybe I didn't say it right. So not the recipient of it, but the folks who are applying for the grants, are they providing low barrier services? Am I saying that right? Okay, maybe you can clarify what I'm trying to say.
Go ahead.
So I believe what you're talking about is more in line with sheltering services, low barrier, meaning that there aren't restrictions in terms of whether or not they're couples, whether they have pets, addiction issues, alcohol.
Correct.
Those sorts of services, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilor Phillips.
Sure, thanks. So at the risk of being a bit redundant, but I think it's important. This is kind of a ceremonial process that we do every year, but it's, this is where there is a public hearing, and this process is official and it's transparent. I just want to make sure that people understand that. Could you speak to how this is, you mentioned all the communications you've had with community partners, but just a little bit more about how this is a very public, transparent process.
Certainly, thank you for the question. So the advertisement goes out in the fall, and myself and 2 other staff make grand effort to publicize it. The City of Salem website holds the publication, and then we hold in-person trainings or Zoom trainings for potential applicants. And we go over the required documentation for the applications, as well as required documentation for after the fact of all the paperwork that needs to come in to prove that they did the work. So we hold various trainings. We have one-on-one sessions should they need extra effort or extra information shared. Then once the award process goes through, the annual action plan goes through and is accepted by HUD, we hold after trainings for the awardees. The publications I print and hold out at the 50 Plus Center, the library, as well as the Urban Development Office downtown for if there's any consideration of persons that don't have an electronic avenue to see the information. And then a lot of public meetings and community meetings for sharing about the NOFA process.
So, Counselor, I'd just like to add that in addition to all of that process, just that is, strictly tied to the annual action plan and the CAPER, Tiffany and other staff regularly attend meetings of the various networks in the community, like the Emergency Housing Network, and have very well and deep established relationships and are constantly looking for new and emerging nonprofits in this space, as well as, maintaining the relationships with the existing nonprofits.
Thank you both. I'll get it on the microphone. Thank you both. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, if we do not have any more questions, then I will look for a motion.
I can do it. I move the staff recommendation, which is to adopt the 2024 action plan, the AAP, and the 2022 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, CAPER, C-A-P-E-R, and direct staff to submit the required forms to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
I'll second.
Oh, right. I love it when there's a fight for second. It's great. All right, it has been moved by Councilor Phillips and seconded by Councilor Hoy. Is there any, would you like to speak to it?
Just briefly, I think that this is, this is kind of cool to see the successes that we've had and the new projects that are coming. I really appreciate the update from staff as well as from the people who provided in-person testimony on behalf of their agencies. It's awesome that you guys made yourselves available for questions and provide comments and updates to the community. I really appreciate the comments my colleagues have had about it's not just housing, it's housing with supportive services, and that takes work and time. I really appreciate that we've made some significant improvements in the past few years to provide those services to people who have served our country in the military. One of my brothers has now retired as a lieutenant colonel in the Army and Army Reserves, and I know that the NCOs or the unenlisted are disproportionately impacted by homelessness. So I'm really appreciative of the work being done. I can also mention that as an emergency room doctor, I absolutely see people who, they are U.S. citizens here from the Pacific Islands that are experiencing difficulty finding housing. And as was mentioned, 2 of the top 5 languages in our public schools are, Chuukese and Marshallese, and that's the experience I've had as an emergency room doctor. So I'm really encouraged to see, this new program, come to fruition in our near future. And I appreciate that.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Any other comments? All right, seeing none, could the recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Nordyke absent. Councilor Varney.
Aye.
Councilor Stapleton.
Aye.
Councilor Nishioka.
Aye.
Councilor Phillips.
Heck yes.
Councilor Gwynn.
Aye.
Councilor Gonzalez.
Aye.
Councilor Hoy.
Aye.
And Mayor Hoy is abstaining.
Thank you. Motion passes. So now we need to go find the mayor. And I know that Aaron is going to be setting up for the next public hearing. So I suggest we take a 5-minute break.
85 and 4815 Auburn Road Northeast. The criteria applicable to the decision is SRC 260.010 G1A, B, and C, and D. Testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed toward the applicable criteria or other criteria which the person believes to apply to the decision. Failure to raise an issue prior to the close of the public hearing in person or in writing, or failure to provide statements or evidence with sufficient specificity to provide the parties and the City Council an opportunity to respond to that issue precludes appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals on that issue. A similar failure to raise constitutional issues relating to proposed conditions of approval precludes an action for damages in circuit court. The hearing will begin with a staff presentation, followed by testimony from the following. The applicant's limited to 10 minutes. The applicable neighborhood associations are limited to 5 minutes. Other interested parties are limited to 3 minutes, and the applicant may have up to 5 minutes rebuttal testimony, limited to issues raised during the public testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see we have Mr. Aaron Panko up at the lectern. We're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Hoy, members of council. My name is Aaron Panko with the Community Planning and Development Department. I'm here to present an annexation case for property on Auburn Road. At this time, I'd like to enter into the record the staff report, including all attachments, the PowerPoint presentation, and then we received some late testimony from the Neighborhood Association. I want to be sure it's in the record too. So our subject properties in East Salem. It is along Auburn Road, which is designated as a collector street. It's near East Park Village, which is a new planned unit development that's under construction. That planned unit development also has within it and adjacent to it a future city park, the Stella Street Park. Cordon Road is right nearby. It's a parkway. And then Center Street is a little bit further north. So this annexation request includes 2 properties. The initial application that was submitted to the city was for 4815 Auburn Road. If this territory was to be annexed, it would result in the creation of 2 enclaves, 2 properties that would be completely surrounded by city limits. In those situations, the city sends a letter to the property owners informing them of the situation and letting them know that they can request to be part of the annexation application. So we heard back from one property owner who's joined the annexation request and did not hear from the other. So annexation of the territory here is going to result in an enclave. The properties are developed with 2 single-family homes. The comprehensive plan designation for the property is DR, developing residential, shown in the light green. Adjacent to the west is a mixed-use designation, shown in the pink there. And then you can see the yellow is single-family residential. Further to the west, we have some multifamily residential designations in orange. This is a street view photo of the property at 4785 Auburn Road. This has just frontage along Auburn Road. And then this is the property here at 4815 Auburn Road. It has frontage on Auburn Road, but then it also has frontage on Sienna Drive further to the north. The combined size of the territory is 1.32 acres. So in order to approve an annexation, the council needs to find that it meets the approval criteria. The first is that the annexation is exempt from voter approval. This requires the property owners to sign an annexation petition. Each of the property owners has done so. Second is that the boundary is orderly, and as shown on the map, both units of land are contiguous with city limits boundary and can be served by city services. The council will decide whether to withdraw the territory from the service district. In this case, each property is within the East Salem Sewer District, or East Salem Sewer and Drainage District, and is within the Marion County Fire District number 1. So if annexed, the city will provide those services to the property. We did receive a letter of support from the East Lancaster Neighborhood Association, and no other public comments were received. So staff is recommending that the City Council approve the annexation request, apply RA, residential agriculture zoning, to the territory, withdraw the territory from the Marion County Fire District Number 1 and the East Salem Sewer and Drainage District, and then forward to first reading. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, and we do have one person signed up for comment, or for testimony, so we'll go to that person, then we'll come back to you for questions, Mr. Panko. So we have Jaime Tenario, and I just want to clarify, are you the applicant? I am, yes. Great. So you'll have 10 minutes. You don't have to take them all, but you have 10 minutes. Come on up to the lectern, hit that button so the green light comes on. Please introduce yourself with your name and either your address, well, I guess you wouldn't have a ward yet because you're not in the city, and then go ahead and give us your testimony.
Hello, City Council. My name is Jaime Tenorio. I'm from Ward 6. I'm the owner of 4815 Auburn Road, and I'm just here to answer any questions you might have in regards to this annexation. So.
Okay.
Yep.
Does anybody have any questions for the applicant? Councilor Stapleton.
I just really appreciate you coming down here, and I hope that this passes and that we get to welcome you into the city. Was there any kind of, what was your motivation for searching for this?
That's what I wanted to ask too.
Yeah. Honestly, I want to connect to city water because I'm on a well right now, and my wife and I don't like that. So we really want to connect to the city water. Also, I want to eventually build 2 properties on that acre lot for my family. So that's essentially the reason why. Yeah.
Those are 2 really great reasons. 1, we have fantastic water. And 2, it sounds like you have a really great future plan for your property and for your family. And if I can be any help, if any of us can be any help in that process, I'd be thrilled.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Those are the questions I wanted to ask too. But I also wanted to just know, do you happen to have any insight into the neighbor that's in between on why are they not interested in annexing, or they just didn't respond, or do you have any idea?
I talked to him, and he doesn't live there anymore. He's renting it, so I don't think he wants to pay more taxes. That's the answer he gave me. So
sure. No, I understand that. That's certainly always a reason for not annexing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Do you have any other questions for the applicant? Councilor Hoy.
Just a point of interest. Was yours the house with the black car in the driveway?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that your car?
Yes.
It's very clean. It was shiny in the picture. I noticed that right
it wasn't
off the
clean
bat.
when I was heading here.
Awesome. That's great. Thank you for being here.
Of course.
All right. Thank you for coming down, and we'll just go ahead and ask questions of staff now if you want to have a seat. I doubt that we'll have other questions for you, but if we do, we'll call you back up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Panko, I'm curious about kind of the follow-up on my question for the applicant. When we do have an enclave like that, what do? Do we just leave it? What's the next step, or is there a next step?
So if the annexation is approved and we create an enclave, the City Council could, at a future date, vote to initiate annexation of that property. So it would be a city-initiated annexation of the property, which would go to our voters for approval.
So, okay, that would go to the voters. So this is one of the only times now under the law, the new law, since it's changed a few years ago, that we could actually initiate our own annexation, or it's when there's an enclave. Otherwise, we really aren't in a position to be able to do that at all, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, okay. I think that's good. I mean, I think this is the first time this issue's come up for this group of counselors, so I think it's always good to educate on that topic when we can. So this is, because it's an interesting, it's a point, it's in East Salem, it comes up all the time. You know, when and why not, and those kinds of things. So great. Councilor Nishioka.
Thank you. Do you know if the water is already out there, or will there be some work that needs to be done to be able to get them city water?
I believe we have city water in Auburn.
Okay.
Also on the street frontage there.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? All right, I'm going to close the public hearing. Councilor Hoy, do you have a motion? It's okay. No worries. On item 4B, and you can either just read the recommendation.
I move staff recommendation, please.
I'll second.
Motion by Hoy, second by Stapleton. Councilor, to your motion.
Well, this is 4B, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I move that we,
No, we're good on the motion.
we're good on the motion.
Just if you have anything else you want to add. Do
Oh,
you have any
absolutely
comments?
not. It was a beautiful car.
Great.
No, nothing to add. Thank you very much. No, I know what it means to go from a well to city water, and Salem does have really lovely water. And your clothes are going to look better and everything, so I'm excited for you and your family. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Is there further discussion? All right, will the recorder please call the roll?
Counselor Varney? Aye. Counselor Stapleton? Aye. Counselor Nishioka? Aye. Counselor Phillips?
Aye.
Counselor Gwynn?
Aye.
Counselor Gonzalez?
Aye.
Counselor Hoy?
Aye.
Counselor Nordike absent. Mayor Hoy?
Aye. Motion passes. Congratulations and welcome to the city. Okay, we are on to item 5A, and I'm going to turn it over to our city attorney, Mr. Atchison.
Hello, Dan Atchison, City Attorney. So 5A concerns the Council Rules Committee's recommendation to have staff initiate a code amendment to the UDC to possibly eliminate some forms of council call-ups. As you're probably all aware, council call-ups occur when there's a quasi-judicial land use decision made by a lower body, such as the planning administrator. And on those types of decisions, council has the authority to call it up for review, which means it would be scheduled for a public hearing before council. When this went to the Rules Committee, they discussed call-ups, and I think this body has experienced some frustrations with call-ups in the past, particularly for needed housing applications where state law limits our use of subjective criteria and limits our discretion and judgment in making these decisions, and we're only required to apply clear and objective standards. The types of call-ups that are being proposed for elimination, and again, this is just a preliminary list that the Rules Committee came up with my advice and work on this as well. If a code amendment were initiated, it would go to the planning staff, who would review it, come up with their own proposal, take that out for outreach with the neighborhood associations and the public. Eventually, there would be a public hearing scheduled. It could be at the Planning Commission, and then it would come to council. Another option is for the hearing to come directly to council, since it concerns council's own procedures. But some of the types of decisions that are proposed, at least initially, for elimination would be needed housing, as we discussed. There's also sign code conditional use permits and variances. This is a process that's been eliminated from the code already. So this would just essentially be a technical correction to the code. It wouldn't eliminate anything that you could actually call up at this point. Another category is site plan review. This would be site plan review for housing developments, such as multifamily housing. Also initially proposed would be review for all site plan, unless there's discretion involved. Site plan is usually about how something is done, not whether something is done. They have permission within the code. It's a permitted use in the code. The site plan typically just talks about the interior circulation, how it connects with the transportation system, and items like that. Usually it's pretty clear and objective criteria. In talking to Lisa Anderson and staff regarding call-ups since this initially came to council, Lisa pointed out that in some applications that are typically clear and objective, an applicant might request discretionary standards. In cases like that, I think what we would propose is if there's discretion being applied because they don't want to go under the clear and objective track, those applications would be eligible for call-ups. So it's a little bit more complicated than we initially looked at the committee level and how we initially discussed it here at council a while back. Other types of decisions that are initially proposed are urban growth area preliminary declarations, which are sort of a mouthful to say, and they're a little convoluted. Basically what they are is a planning tool. So when a property is looking to do a development and they're outside of our urban service area, where we believe all our areas are fully served with public infrastructure, and Robert's nodding, so I got that right so far. What we'll do is require them to get a UGA preliminary declaration. So they'll come in, we'll look at all the public facilities that are going to be required pursuant to our master plans, and we'll tell them you're going to need to improve this road, you're going to need to run sewer and water out to your property, and not only to serve your own property, but to serve the abutting properties as well. So that's a planning decision that is made. When they actually come in for their actual application, whether it's a subdivision or something else, those conditions of approval will lay out those public facilities that'll be required as part of their development. So we're suggesting that the UGA decisions aren't subject to call-up because they're really more of an administrative planning tool as opposed to something that attaches requirements onto the developer. The last category are wireless communication facilities. Blissfully, we haven't had too many wireless communication facility decisions come to council. They can be a handful. They are highly regulated by the federal government. Over the last, I would say, 10 years, Congress has passed a number of laws, and the FCC has passed a number of regulations that severely limit our ability to apply discretionary standards to wireless communication facilities. These are cell towers and other types of facilities as well like that. So that would be another category that we would look at for reducing call-ups. A couple other issues that came up in the call-up discussion is whether to eliminate an appeal to council as well as to call-up. Oftentimes these decisions can be appealed to council separately of whether they're called up. The proposal, at least through the Rules Committee, was if we're going to eliminate call-up for a particular type of application, we would also eliminate an appeal to council on a particular application. Just because the same logic applies, if you don't have discretion to substantively condition the decision or deny the decision, if there's no reason to do the call-up, there would be no reason to do the appeal. Now, under state law, if you issue certain types of decisions without a public hearing initially, and if it is appealed, you have to have a public hearing. So for lots of types of what they're called permit decisions under state law, you have to allow folks to appeal them. So under the proposal, if we were going to eliminate call-ups and appeals to council for a particular type of decision, there'd still be an appeal available. It would go to the planning commission or the hearings officer as we would work out through the amendment process. This came up to council a few months back prior to the short session ending. Council wanted to see, one of the reasons for the delay was to see if there was any legislation passed that might further limit council's or the city's authority. There were a couple bills. One of them applied to adjustments for housing developments. It basically would take our discretion away from approving certain types of adjustments. Lisa can probably explain this better than me, but they are in works on a code amendment that would get us to comply with the state law to still give us some authority to monitor and apply adjustments appropriately for the community. Another bill that passed requires local governments to treat non-conforming use applications as limited land use decisions. We're really talking inside land use baseball here. Limited land use decisions are a sort of petite form of land use decision where you can only apply clear and objective standards. Typically with a non-conforming use, it's a discretionary process where you're determining what conditions apply to make that, say it's a commercial use in a residential zone that somehow complies under non-conforming status. Typically, we would make sure that those applications, because of their more intense use, don't affect that less intense residential area. We're still looking at the bill to figure out how exactly it would work, but this would limit our discretion to condition or reject conditional use applications for certain types of non-conforming uses. So that's a long way of saying that if this process gets initiated, we will take a look at those bills to see if it's appropriate to address call-ups and appeals through that process. Again, if council does move forward on the request, staff would initiate the land use process. We would begin drafting amendments to the code, and we would perform outreach to the affected communities and the neighborhood associations, and then a public hearing would either come before council or the planning commission. There's several procedural requirements that need to be made throughout this process, so you probably wouldn't see an actual ordinance in front of you for, I'm going to say at least 6 months, probably longer. She's giving me the 10 signals, so. So it may be close to a year before you actually see an actual amendment on this.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. One, you mentioned that, well, first of all, I guess I want to just clarify, if we approve this tonight, that just starts a process. It doesn't say that we're eventually going to adopt these. It just gives us the opportunity to adopt them in the future. Is that true?
That's correct. So eventually, either ordinance for first reading will come before you, or you'll consider it at a public hearing first, and then you would consider an ordinance.
Thank you. And you mentioned kind of an optional track there, which it would either come to Planning Commission for hearing or it would come to us. How will that be determined? I guess I'll stop there first. How will that be determined?
If council has druthers on that, they can let us know at this proceeding, and we can follow that guidance accordingly.
Thank you. Councilor Stapleton is giving me the signal like I'm asking questions before we have a motion. Am I still good, or do we need a motion first?
You can ask questions first. I'm still kind of in my comment period.
Great. So, one other, I guess I just will make a statement in that since we're talking about our authority and our call up and that sort of thing, I think it's important that City Council hold that hearing and not defer that to somebody else, to some other group. So as much as I would be very interested in hearing Planning Commission's opinion, I think that it's our decision, and so therefore we should have the hearing. So that's just my take on it. Okay, I'll stop talking now so other people can ask questions or make comments or make a motion.
I was just going to say I completely agree with you.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other questions or comments or motions? Just to throw it all out there.
I move that we direct staff to initiate an amendment to the UDC to restrict council call-up of certain types of land use decisions as outlined in the report.
Second.
Motion by Stapleton, second by Phillips. Further discussion.
Yeah, I'll just say I also agree with you 100%. I think this is a council thing, but I also would love to hear from the Planning Commission. I'm really glad that this is going to take 10 months. I know that sounds weird, but I think giving the community time and staff time to really look into this, look into the new bills that have passed and see how it impacts us, and then get feedback from our community is going to be really important before we move forward.
Thank you, Councilor. Yeah, I think that engagement with the neighborhood associations is going to be critical to make either whether this goes or not. So, Councilor Gwynn.
I just wanted to point out that we do have 2 letters of opposition from 2 neighborhood associations to this, just for the record.
Yep. Thank you. Scan and Elna, I think, if I recall correctly. Yeah. Councilor Phillips.
There's at least one other in the works. I was present at Morningside when they told me to my face that they opposed this. I mean, I only wish that I had made the motion. That's how strongly I feel about this. You know, that phrase, quasi-judicial, is not something that, despite being what I consider a pretty smart person, I've been able to effectively explain to anybody. And when you can't explain a process to your constituents and tell them how, no, in this situation, I'm not your elected lobbyist, I'm a juror, and, you know, my eyes cross, their eyes cross, we don't really know what's happening, I want to get out of this business. So I think that the only place where I might not be in lockstep with my colleagues is I would prefer most of this go to the Planning Commission. But I didn't know if that was like for everything or just some things. So my question beyond my comments is just that, like, is it how much of this are we looking to take back in-house versus get over to the Planning Commission?
It's really to be determined. As far as the, like I said before, if decisions are appealed, we would have to allow for a local appeal.
Yeah.
And the Planning Commission would be the likely recipient of most of those appeals. I would let Lisa come up to explain that further or disagree with me, but.
I mean, I think I'm fine with it. I'm satisfied. So, you know, at the risk of a few more comments, you know, land use is important, and someone needs to be that jurisdiction. I just think that with all the, you know, we talked about how we're trying to look at getting out of a situation where there's the illusion of some amount of determination or discretion. And, at this point, the amount of determination and discretion we have is like paper, wide, the width of a paper. There's just not. We've been prescribed on what we can and can't do. And if we can't push back when you're developing housing on top of like a gas station, I don't want to spend and give the community the sense that they have the ability to push back on that through this process. I don't want to create the false hope that that testimony does anything. I don't know how much I would want to change things at the state level, but I just want to get us out of the business of weighing in on things that we really don't have any ability to weigh in on. We have no discretion. So, my initial goal was to get out of 100% of this, but I have definitely heard that a nuanced approach is appropriate based on our rules and laws and the fact that there's a lot of this could be discretionary if they make an exception to that clear and objective standards. So I appreciate the work you've done. I appreciate us moving forward on this. I've heard that in other communities, they've also had similar opinions when they're frustrated by our lack of true power or discretion. And I think people push back because they think that their speech or testimony is being limited, but that speech doesn't go anywhere. That doesn't go to LUBA. That's not captured. That doesn't go to the next body that actually weighs in on this. So at the risk of giving wrong legal advice, I'm not an attorney. I'm of the opinion you should, if you want to appeal this, you should appeal it formally at a minimum through your neighborhood association, an actual application. But you probably need a land use attorney, because if you don't get somebody who knows what they're talking about, you're making points to nobody. You've got to focus on the criteria. And the criteria aren't always intuitive, and it usually takes a bit of a law degree to understand it.
Thank you, Councilor. Further discussion? Councilor Hoy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the pieces of written testimony was submitted by the ELNA, the East Lancaster Neighborhood Association, and it was brought up in paragraph 3 or so that paragraph 4, were neighborhood associations consulted on this at all or given the opportunity to weigh in?
At the committee meetings, we did receive, I believe, testimony from the West Salem Neighborhood Association. I will freely, say that we didn't outreach to the neighborhood associations and tell them what the committee was going to be considering.
Would it be possible to delay and host a work session of some kind? And I'm stealing directly from this letter. Would it be possible to delay and hold a work session so that neighborhood associations could be notified and given the opportunity to speak their mind?
That is certainly within council's prerogative.
Councilor Phillips.
I heard that this process will involve that, though. What I heard in the rollout of this discussion was that what we're initiating would involve going out to the neighborhood association specifically. Did I hear that incorrectly?
I think I will probably be part of that process, but it's going to be a planning effort, so I would defer to Kristen Rutherford and Lisa Anderson Ogilvie.
Kristen Rutherford is going to defer this to Lisa Anderson Ogilvie.
Oh, the ball's rolling down the hill.
Not it. Okay.
Where's Eunice? Is she up next?
I was so excited to hear what Kristen was going to say. Good evening, Lisa Anderson, Ogilvie, your planning administrator. We did meet with a few other neighborhoods. Suzanne hosts a group of neighborhood land use chairs called the Land Use Network, and she invited us. I don't have my notes with me, but I feel like 5 or 6 neighborhoods were represented there. So I did have a Zoom meeting with them a few months ago to kind of explain the proposal and get their feedback. But beyond that, have not been to any neighborhood associations. But we can definitely go to neighborhood chairs, have another land use meeting. I don't know that we can commit to going to all 18 neighborhoods on the proposal, but we can definitely reach out to them and have some work sessions or staff meetings with them. And we would do that as part of the outreach, or we could do that before if you don't vote on it tonight. As far as the outreach, if you do vote for us to go forward, we will then start work on the amendment, which, we'll start drafting the changes and have a more robust proposal to show people, but we'll have to do that work first.
Thank you.
Councilor Nishioka.
Thank you, Mayor Hoy. I have 8 neighborhood associations, one of which I don't go to, but I know my fellow councilor does. I know that they do know about this. So it's not like it's not been available to them because they've spoken about it at the meetings, and then also basically I'm just letting you know that I would say that the majority, if not all, have already heard.
Thank you.
Councilor Phillips?
Yeah, I would prefer that we were to give staff the direction and encouragement to try to go out, or at least offer to go out to all 17. I don't know if they have the bandwidth to do that, but that's what I thought I heard at the beginning, just for the purposes of communication, because change, could be coming, and it would be nice to hear from them directly. So I don't know if that's needed. Like, do we need a motion to modify this to include that with more specificity or not?
You could certainly include that in your motion. I did hear staff mention that they would be going to the neighborhood chairs meeting. And all of the chairs routinely attend that meeting. So every neighborhood representative would have access to some sort of presentation. But
sorry. I just follow up. I heard that. I acknowledged that there was going to go to the chairs. I think that's great. But my preference was to do all 17, or at least direct staff and encourage them to make themselves available if at all possible.
Great. Thank you. Councilor Stapleton.
Thank you, and thank you for the conversation. I am of the mind that a chairs meeting and a land use meeting would be sufficient. I also worry about staff burnout and how much work they currently have to do, and recognizing that this is a really it's a big process. And I don't want to create another mini our Salem process where it's super intense, but I want to make sure that the people who do understand this and what it means for their neighborhood association are getting the appropriate information. To me, that would be the chairs and the land use chairs. And I think that would be sufficient, and a good balance between outreach to all neighborhood places and neighborhood associations, but also balancing the fact that our staff is already very burdened down with work right now. So that would be my preference, is to kind of find a balance there. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. So I'm hearing at least some sentiment for a robust outreach at a minimum so far to the neighborhood associations. So you can decide to give specificity to that or not. Councilor Hoy, did you have your hand? Yeah, go ahead.
I did, thank you. Suzanne Kaltwasser of ELNA did write, and I circled it because it rings with me. Council has been criticized for being hasty in making decisions that impact the public's ability to give input. Limiting that access to hearings or limiting the amount of time available now might impact adversely the public's trust. I just don't, if it's going to take 10 months to get this done, can we just talk to them first before we decide? Because it does feel, once you decide, the ball is moving, and it's... Anybody else?
Councilor Stapleton.
Thank you. I do, and I appreciate what you're saying and what Susan is saying. My only, I guess, and it's not even pushback, but my thoughts on this is I would love for staff to be able to present something to them. Right now, it seems very, we have some idea of how this is going to look, but we don't know how it's going to actually look. And in order for us to actually have that outline about the how do you say that?
Implementation?
Sure, or yes.
Not sure what word you're looking for.
It's getting late, everybody. How it's gonna, I would think that it would be more valuable for people to have an actual, this is what we are going to do, how do you feel about that? Instead of, we're thinking about maybe doing this, but we don't really know what it's going to mean for you. And for me, I feel like that means starting the process now, directing staff to gather what it would actually mean for our neighborhood associations, and then taking that proposal to them and saying, what do you think, and gathering feedback that way. And then we have a public hearing yet again at the end of the process to even see if we are going to adopt those. So I'm understanding that correctly. Yes, staff? Yes.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, so that would be my I would think it would be more beneficial to the neighborhood associations to know exactly what they're getting and provide feedback on that really clearly. I don't know. That would be my 2 cents.
Councillor Hoy.
Yeah, just a question of the city attorney. Is this like rulemaking after you, if we say yes and pass something, then are we making rules about this thing that we're passing?
No, you're taking a legislative action to direct staff to initiate a process to amend the code. You're not amending the code. You're not. You're prescribing how we're going to do it to an extent with the outreach discussion. Excuse me, discussion. But no, I wouldn't call it rulemaking.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion? Did we have a motion? We did. Thank you. I'm like, I got lost on which one we were on. Is there any further discussion? You ready to vote? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councillor Stapleton.
Aye.
Councillor Nishioka.
Aye.
Councillor Phillips.
Aye.
Councillor Gwynn.
Aye.
Councillor Gonzalez.
Aye.
Councillor Hoy.
Aye.
Councillor Nordyke absent. Councillor Varney.
Aye.
Mayor Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. All right. We are now on to 5B. That is Center 50 Plus Advisory Commission 2023 Annual Report. We have Ron Rubel, and I understand that Marilyn Daly may assist as well. So come on up. Hit that button for me so the green light comes on. Thank you, Marilyn.
Good evening. As Center 50 Plus's Advisory Commission President, I'm here with the Center's Director. We would like to familiarize you with the Center's 2023 Annual Report. And here are some supporting members from the Center. Could you stand, please? Thank you for being here tonight. I know that the counselors have the full annual report. I'd like to highlight for you a few high-level stats provided in the Center's strategic plan and annual work plan. The significance of what the Center does is great, not just for the city's senior population, but for the city as a whole. As a volunteer-assisted organization, we had 438 volunteers last year. They provided more than 78,000 hours of service. That translates to over $2 million in service value. An operation key of the Center is that it never works alone. It makes an effort to pioneer with agency, business, and community entities. The objectives here include avoiding duplication of services and improving service delivery. There are more than 45 wonderful Center partners. It also gets great fund and event support from its sister organization, Friends of Center 50 Plus. That organization and its volunteers are absolutely invaluable to the Center's mission. Now, here's a thematic statement. Salem needs more seniors. Yep. And it's going to get them too, one way or another. And it's not just Salem who will get more seniors. A recent study projected significant growth in the number of 65-plus Americans. Expected is a 24 million increase by 2050. That's a 47% increase over 28 years. It raises the 65-plus age group from its current 17 portion of the total to 23. Recent population figures put Salem's 60-plus count at 25.4 thousand souls. Now that's a 14.6% of our population. That level is about 2.5 percentage points lower than the national average. Is there room for an opportunity? A key point is this. Along with many seniors, these folks come with a continuous flow of new money into the Salem economy. New money. That's an important economic concept. It refers to an infusion of first apparent money in an economy instead of money respent. It's crucial in keeping an economy healthy. While retirement's new money is seldom enough, it is a crucial feeder into Salem's economy. Sadly, not all retirements are fortunate enough to have a sound retirement base. However, Social Security, Medicare, pension payments, and other financial elements feed a base of what's known as fixed income. Those new dollars funnel through the Salem economy many times before fading away to the outside of Salem. The challenges of aging are not well understood until one gets there. Imagine waking up for the first day of your retirement and thinking, what am I going to do now? Senate 50 Plus helps to fill that gap. It aims to provide Salem seniors, population, and their families with life-enriching opportunities. They fall under 4 umbrella functions: assistance, services, activities, and community involvement. The center provides cutting-edge programming. It presents more than 200 opportunities to connect to lifelong learning, health and wellness, and caregiver support. Community-wide services to seniors cover the full income range. It goes from the shelterness needy to the very well off. The lower income ranges have numerous specialty and government organizations working to improve things for them. The very well off, on the other hand, finance their own lives and often contribute to helping others. Those are the edges of the senior bell curve. That leaves the biggest mass, the center of the curve. They are the part of the senior population that most frequently is ignored, except at Center 50 Plus. That center of the curve is the center's center of attention. Please pardon the clumsy but true pun. Seniors are important to Salem for more than just the money and jobs they feed into the economy. Our life experiences make us well-suited to participate in community activities. This includes as volunteers for numerous nonprofit organizations and community organizations. Projected growth of this group helps enhance the wonderful place in which we love, that is Salem. Center 50 Plus is more than a building. It's a feeling. Thank you for your roles in that. And now, with additional information about Center 50 Plus's 2023 annual report, is Center Stellar Leader Marilyn Daly Blair. We will be happy to address your questions following her comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Marilyn?
Good evening. I'm Marilyn Daly Blair, and I'm the manager at Center 50 Plus. And I first just want to take a moment and thank our wonderful president of our advisory commission, Ron Rubel. He flew back in the wee hours of the morning Sunday to be here today, and he leaves tomorrow morning again in his life, and he made this a priority, so I just want to say thank you. I also want to thank our president of our Friends organization and Karen Bolliger, who's here with us, our current president and our very past president. Linda Schellenberg is with us. If you could just say thank you to them for me. And then, of course, our wonderful treasurer, Billy, from our Friends organization, Billy Larson is here. And then Dr. Manugian from Western Oregon. And they stayed all the way till 10 to 9. So thank you. What I just want to share is a few data points. I know you have your annual report in front of you. This is our report from 2023. So, I mean, we're giving some results that demonstrates kind of the healing that you saw last year at the end of COVID. But I'm excited because we are already in 2024 and we are seeing such significant growth and change, and we're excited to report next year. So just know, hold on to that because there's more to come. Center 50 Plus was built in 1976. It started in 1973 as a dream between local seniors partnering with the city of Salem. And we have been going strong and will soon be celebrating 50 years. I love that we open tonight's presentation talking about our volunteers, and we will conclude with our volunteers at the end of our presentation as well. They are the backbone of Center 50 Plus. Center 50 Plus serves 13,000 patrons. Those are registered patrons that attend the center annually. We are seeing attendance of over 600 people daily. Now, I'll let you know that this is last year's stats, and this is pre-COVID numbers, but we are coming through this time, and we are seeing we're almost back to normal a daily attendance records. We're up over 750 a day, and so we are definitely seeing how people are coming back. They're frequenting us differently, but they are coming back to Center 50 Plus. But we've also seen a growth, not only in that number of 600 plus, because it's not just the people that walk into the building. There's so much more now. Because of COVID, we actually identified people that live in the community that through our outreach efforts that may never ever visit Center 50 Plus on Portland Road, but they need our valuable programs and services. So you'll see that those numbers have grown in your report this year. Our number one goal is ending senior isolation and loneliness. This predates COVID. We have been, since the day we opened our doors in 1976, it was always about social connection. Some pretty amazing numbers, though, is that we have now identified 4,743 additional homebound seniors that are new to our patron list, and actually are beyond that 13,000 patron number that we provided you. We also have a robust outreach program that includes the Canine Corps. Daphne was one of our dogs, and she was part of our program that began during COVID. They are members and proud members of the Canine Corps, visiting many seniors both in their homes as well as in community care settings. We also have a reassurance program that never stopped after COVID. We have friendly caller, friendly visitors, and a reassurance program. We are that neighborhood gathering place where we're checking on one another through a peer-to-peer support as well as being neighborly again. So you do see that through our connections that continued. Friendship boxes, friendly callers, and just all sorts of different level connections. Fighting community, loneliness and isolation, we are continuing to fight that. Our fastest growing group, though, are individuals that are family caregivers, primarily those children of aging parents. They are seeking more services from the center. This year we had over 271 caregivers that received services from us, and over 2,879 respite participants. Those are individuals that are coming to our center on Portland Road for music therapy, art therapy, a structured environment where they are provided care so their caregiver can get a break. Again, one of our fastest growing groups at the center, and one of the few resources in the community for that population. We serve, I know Ron mentioned, over 200 different programs, activities, and services. Lifelong learning is It is a gathering place. It's an encouragement where we are not only improving our brain health, but we're also encouraging people to explore the world and community they live in so that they are more engaged in the decisions of our community. This year we had over 500 different one-on-one tech classes. That continues to be one of those areas that we find a constant call for, as well as 611 different lifelong learning courses. One of the things we added about 5 years ago is our Wellness on Wheels program. I wanted to show that this year in the annual report. We did 8,160 contacts through our Wellness on Wheels program. Those little vans that you see up there, our wellness vans, that demonstrates our effort to reach our community in a different way. There was very intentional program design where we were taking our services out into the community and making sure that we were taking our services and that was represented in every neighborhood. What I love about that model is it's not about us just showing up with our Wellness on Wheels van. It's about going into the community and the neighbors and the individuals that live there, creating the programming that matches the culture of their neighborhood. That is a completely different service delivery model. It seems very appropriate that we're here tonight because it is National Volunteer Week. This year's theme is there is something for everyone. Really, actually, the idea is that all of us have something to contribute, time and talents. It's just a matter of finding the right place at the right time to take your passions. Well, I am excited that 438 volunteers gave that many hours, but it's more than that. It is the backbone. It's not just the things that we do at Center 50 Plus, but it's volunteers, older adult volunteers that are throughout the entire community supporting dozens of agencies and thousands of people beyond our scope of Center 50 Plus. It is complete community engagement. I'm pleased to announce that this year's this year's Center 50 Plus Volunteer of the Year is Judy Malding. And Judy Malding is one of our Friends board members, as well as our receptionist and one of our key volunteers at the center, and we'll be honoring her tomorrow at noon. So everyone is invited to come out and say congratulations to Judy Malding. The very backbone of Center 50 Plus is the dedication of people that stay here till 9 o'clock at night, run programs, they run activities similar to the wonderful work that you do as volunteers. Please come out and help us celebrate National Volunteer Week. I hope that you had an opportunity to look at the last 2 pages of your annual report this year, Center 50 Plus, where you demonstrated how we compare to senior centers around the country, and I hope you found that interesting. Center 50 Plus is joined only 150 other centers in the country, recognized as one of the top centers out of top 150 in the nation as a nationally accredited center. That is something that's really something we're very proud of here in Salem. We also, on the back, you'll also see that we, senior centers of our style, of our kind, have many agency partners, and we try to speak to the 45 different partners that we have, as well as a variety of ways that we operate a little bit differently. So thank you very much, and again, thank you to Ron Rubel for being here.
Thank you. Any questions for Marilyn or for Ron? Councilor Barney.
I just wanted to say thank you, Marilyn, for everything you do and all the volunteers. And I mean, Center 50 Plus is amazing, especially I appreciate the outreach to address that loneliness and isolation that so many seniors experience. You know, spending the last few years with my mom, I just was exposed to it a lot more than I realized. You know, some of the challenges our seniors are facing. So I really appreciate that. I appreciate the caregiver support, the fact that you have all these ways to learn new skills and traveling. And when is the next Boot, Scoot, and Brew? Because it's a lot of fun.
It is. The next Boot, Scoot, and Brew is Friday, September 6th this year at the Jerry Frank Amphitheater at Riverfront Park.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Councilor Phillips.
I don't have a question. These are just comments. First, I wanted to say thank you guys for showing up tonight to tell us the annual update about what's going on. And second, to convey a thanks. My mom turned 80 recently, and you know, our family, my godmother at the same time went through dementia, you know, that diagnosis, and got a lot of resources and guidance by going to the Center for 50 Plus. So that made it easier to navigate that difficult process. And I just want to acknowledge that the services, most of the services you guys provide through volunteers and staff and everything else in leadership is essential to someone in our community. So thank you for the essential work you guys do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Is there further discussion? Well, I just want to say thank you, Marilyn, to your amazing work. I am always so impressed with all of the things you have going on out at Center 50 Plus, and I know that it's due to your leadership that all of those things are successful. So just thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, we are now on to our Planning Commission annual report. Is he online, our Planning Commission president? I don't see him here. He is not.
No, evidently he had to cancel the last minute.
I did not know
late
that.
this afternoon, so there was no opportunity to have a backup in place.
Okay, so we're just going to skip over that one for now? Well, it's only 9:03. We could talk about it some, if you guys want to. No, we'll just skip it. All right. And we're on to Travel Salem. I see we have Angie Villery here and several of her staff members. So welcome, Angie, and your staff.
Thank you. Let me try to get all set up here. Okay, I think I'm ready to go.
We might get out of here before 11 after all.
I won't keep you that long, for sure. How do I get this bar to go out of the middle of the screen? Do you know? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Uh-oh. Now how do I get it to go back to the first slide? Then the arrows don't work. Oh. Oh. Hero time.
Is that good?
Okay, good evening. Mayor, members of council, thank you for your infinite patience and hosting us this evening to share some highlights with you. I do want to introduce the staff that are here with me this evening. I have Irene Bernards, who's our Chief Marketing Officer, Anton Cobb, who's our Community Relations Specialist, and Kara Koo, who is our Deputy Marketing Officer as well. We're delighted to share some highlights. I'm going to cover quite a bit of material with you tonight. You should have received the annual report that you could look at yourself. But for those folks that are in the audience and online watching, I want to make sure they can follow along with us. So here we go. Let's launch into it. We're going to cover the 22-23 annual report. Funding source is key. So throughout the report and throughout some of these slides, you're going to see little, what we call bugs, funding bugs on the slides that tell you what pot of funding is paying for that activity or that scope of work that we're doing. Our key performance measurements by contract, we have 9 of them. You can see those here. I'll be talking about several of those here at the top of the line, but this covers the main core areas of how we drive impact. And you can see the performance based on year-over-year growth or decline, and there's description in the report as to why. So the first one I'm going to talk about is the key performance measurement of our estimated economic impact. $782 million. $750 million the tourism sector drove to our economies here. That's up 16% over prior year. You can see the different components here that are helping drive that. Incredible returns. And for every $100 of visitor spending, $33.50 returns to our local economy in employee earnings. So employees, tourism employees, 7,850 of them. That's a big number. It looks like this if you were to put them all in a room or an arena or whatever you might call it. But a lot of folks directly delivering that level of excellent service in our community. The TOT hit a record high, highest ever, $4.7 million. And Salem accounts for about 72% of the total TOT collected within Marion and Polk counties. The third measurement is leverage, which you've heard me talk about year over year, donated products and services that we secure to leverage the cash that we get. That was a little bit in decline due to a couple of partners that had declines, like our Willamette Valley Visitors Association partnership. They had a reduced budget, and then we moved out of the Capitol Tower, and we had some leverage going on there with donated rent. Let's talk about who our visitors are. This was, again, last fiscal year. We had 2.7 million visitors to our region. And we're talking about Marion and Polk counties, Salem in the heart of it. And what did they look like? And the age breakdown, multiple generations come in here, but largely boomers. And 2/3 of our repeat visitors to the region are from Oregon and Washington. So Oregonians love to travel and explore their own backyard, and we reap the benefit of that here. Key satisfaction rating, you can see that we had positive experience reports back from our visitors in terms of food, inclusiveness, and outdoor recreation and value. So that's wonderful. Our visitors coming from a lot of places across the globe. These are our top 10 countries of origin and our top states of origin. Largely Oregon and Washington and California drive the visitation in this market. You can see the repeat visitors there at the top. That is very important. We want people to have a great experience and come back and stay longer and leave more behind to support our local businesses and our families here. The travel composition, largely couples. The majority of that pie there, but we also have some folks traveling with pets. So like 2% of folks come through with traveling with their pets, and we try to accommodate them as well. There's a lot of data on the screen in front of you here, but let me just step you through this because this is really fascinating. This is data that we've never had access to before. This is being paid for by the STPA. You can see the little green bug in the lower left-hand corner there. We contract with a company to gather geolocation data. And so we can, using phones and the data that comes from phones, we can tell where people are going, how long they're staying, a lot of information about them. The chart on the left is looking at events, okay? And what we're looking at is visitors from more than 50 miles away, and they have to have a minimum threshold of 2,000 visitors to hit these charts. On the left-hand side, we're looking at events. You can see the Salem events are in yellow, and the outside Salem events are in blue. Salem largely drives event visitation in this market. You can see they're ranked by percentage of visitors on both of these charts. But Jehovah's Witness Convention, Ironman, Oregon State Fair, World Beat Festival, Hoopla, and some other great partners there. When you switch over to the attraction side, on the right-hand side, that is largely being driven by the region. And you can see those assets that are listed there. Again, they are ranked in percentage of visitors, not number of visitors. So Detroit Lake, Enchanted Forest, Silver Falls, Bethel Heights. Some folks say, well, Bethel Heights only had 3,400 visitors, but their percentage of visitors to the number of folks they actually bring to their winery is very, very high. Woodburn Premium Outlets and some of those similar suspects there. But we have a lot of this data. If you're ever interested in diving into it deeper, we can be happy to share that with you. Our Visitor Information Network promoted almost 19,000 Salem area events last year. That's more than 1,500 events per month. So I don't hear anybody ever saying anymore, there's nothing to do here. There's nothing to do here, because there's so much great stuff to do here. We facilitated 60 relocation inquiries. Those are from businesses, families, and so forth. And we served about almost 120,000 visitors through our 8 locations throughout the region. Our visitor guide, we just published our new one for 24-25. We print 120,000 of those. We distribute them throughout 800 locations, Oregon, Washington, California, and British Columbia. I do want to just mention print is still relevant. The majority of what we do is really now more online marketing, but the visitor guide printed is really important. It also is on our website, page turning software. You can go through it on the website, but people really love the printed guide. They call ahead of time before they come here. They flag the pages. They take it with them as they move throughout the destination. So this continues to be a very valuable resource for our visitors. On our online marketing side, the website, travelsalem.com, served about 239 online user sessions. You can see the top 10 web traffic origins listed there. I do want to let you know that we did translate our website into 5 different languages last year, and we are translating it into more languages this year to create accessibility so more folks can really engage with the destination. On the digital advertising side, this is also new data that we've never had before. Through a company called Adara, we track through advertising that we place online, and it can take the form of social media posts, our blog, our consumer e-newsletter, Google Ads, and so forth, our website. And it tracks when a visitor interacts with that ad all the way through to purchase when they come to the destination. So here we can track actually how many folks saw our website, saw our Facebook page, and actually booked a hotel room. And that's on the left-hand side there. So about 3,000 hotel bookings were valued at more than $736,000 in hotel revenue. We also advertise on the Expedia platform, so that gets a lot more exposure, a lot more hotel bookings, but they're paying a lower rate. So it kind of evens out a little bit. But overall, about 12,500 bookings, $2.3 million in revenue, and a 1 to 8 revenue return on ad spend. So every dollar we spend, we bring another $8 back into the market. On the e-communication side, our blogs that I just mentioned, our consumer e-news. Our consumer e-news reaches about 10,000 consumers that have signed up for that. Our industry e-news reaches about 5,000 stakeholders in the region that want to sign up for that information and updates. On the social media side, we had a really fabulous post last year, video post. I was going to show it to you tonight, but I don't have video sound, so I'm not going to waste your time on that. But overall, that video itself reached about 43,000 on Facebook and 50,000 on TikTok. So great traction on that local asset. On our social media side, we have about 60,000 followers on both Facebook and Instagram. On the content creation side, video is king. That is really how visitors are making decisions about which destinations they want to go to. So we are very prolific in how much content we're creating. We promoted about more than 50 regional businesses with video content. This one here we created for the B-17 Lacy Lady. I wish I could share that with you too tonight, but we'll have to, you can check it out on our website or on YouTube if you'd like. On the public relations side, so this is earned media, earned exposure. This is all done at the hands of Kara Koo, who's sitting over there. She works with editors and writers across the country, and last year she garnered 81 articles and references, valued at almost 120 million media impressions from the work that she did. She goes to trade shows such as the Travel and Words Conference and meets with writers there to recruit them into our market to report on, come and do FAM tours here, talk about the great stuff happening, and she had 10 articles created from that work there. This is some examples of some of the work that she's garnered for us. So on HDT, this is all online media exposure. So on HGTV, the 20 best mid-sized cities in the United States, Salem was focused on that and featured in that. The Willamette Valley, Oregon, it was said to be the next Napa by Time Magazine. And MSN said 10 dreamy hot springs you might visit, or you must visit actually. So great exposure that we're garnering there. On the print advertising side, we do a lot there as well, generating about 73 million impressions, which is up 52% over the prior year. And since we started marketing through STPA funds, it's grown 232%. So you can see the incredible increase in reach that we're having there and the different ways that we're doing that. Conventions and sports side, these are some industry trade shows that we attended last year. We also did a front desk FAM for the hotel front desk staff to get them out into the community, to visit the local attractions, become familiar with the product here, so that when a visitor comes and says, what should I do tonight, or what should I do over the weekend, they can say, oh, go check out Deepwood, or go check out this great tournament in town. Our sales team attended these trade shows and met with more than 100 meeting planners and event organizers for future business. So the highlight really is still Ironman. We're still so excited about this. We signed a new 5-year contract this year, and the event in July brought in more than $13 million in economic impact over that one weekend. It drove about 9,200 room nights. So great activity for our hoteliers, great support for our local restaurants, and just a great vibe for this entire destination. Salem was rated the #1 running course in the entire global Ironman portfolio. So that's really remarkable, and it goes through that beautiful Minto Park, so we all know how gorgeous that is there. On the destination development side, a couple quick things. We started the Mid-Willamette Valley Tourism Economic Development Consortium to bring together economic development professionals in the tourism space across the region to talk about issues that are affecting all of us and how can we work together to address them and use kind of that brain trust to move the needle forward in our communities. We also launched last year, we launched the original Santa Crawl and visited those 5 different restaurants there, or 4 different restaurants, sorry, 220 people attended. We're going to continue doing that as well. And then I'm really excited to say, thanks to the brainchild of Councilor Stapleton, the intersection art pieces, we piggybacked on top of that and have been working with Irma and the 18 neighborhoods to talk about how we can engage more with the community. Our locals, our residents are really the backbone of the tourism engine. With as many visiting friends and relatives that come here to this community, if our folks that live here know what there is to see and do, they'll get their family and friends out and exploring, and that's a great way to drive economic impact. These neighborhood block parties, so communities came together, neighborhoods came together, created this beautiful pieces of art in their intersections in their local communities, and then we piggybacked on top of that and brought the tourism sector out and did some block parties to celebrate the work that those communities did. Really, really successful, and we're continuing to stay involved in that. Love the concept and just love being a part of all of that great work. A couple quick highlights that were, so everything I just talked about is rear view mirror. For the most part, I just want to share with you a couple of things and what's happening currently in the market. So this is looking at hotel performance very specifically. So we're not talking about vacation rentals, we're not talking about campgrounds or any of the other types of lodging. This is hotel performance. Fascinating what's happening in the market. 8-year performance, you can see that the average daily rate, which is ADR, which is the room rates charged when people stay in a hotel here, highest on record, $126 on average. The occupancy has dropped just a hair. Over the last 3 years. We're down to about 64% in 2023. However, that is on par with pre-COVID. And that dip we're attributing to vacation rentals. There's more people staying in vacation rentals. Venue availability and capacity. A lot of the groups that we're trying to recruit into the market cannot get dates and space. We're booked. And then inflationary factors as well. But we have worked very, very hard to try to keep that 64% and grow it as much as we possibly can. This puts our market in perspective with what's happening within Oregon and our other comp set, which includes Boise, which is another state capital. On the top there, you can see an average daily rate. Salem in 2023 drove the second highest increase in rate year over year, behind Boise. So again, we're doing great amongst our peers. On the occupancy side, the entire comp set is down in occupancy, but Salem is tied with Eugene in terms of total occupancy there. So we're tracking very well across the country. These are the same trends that we're seeing. So in terms of our TOT that's being created, it happens in 2 ways, through the rates being charged and the occupancy. If both of those are up, you see tremendous growth. If one of them is down, you might see moderated growth. But what is carrying the growth in our TOT, as you heard me mention, record year last year, we're on trend right now for another record year. And the rate is what is carrying that. We had the best October. We had the best October. January and February that we've ever had so far this fiscal year. A couple of other quick highlights, and I'll almost be done here. So we are working with Resilient Headwaters out in the Willamette National Forest to rebuild and clear some trails from a severely fire-damaged area. And how does that relate to Salem? Why is it important to the work we're doing here? We contributed $20,000 toward this work, and we got a $50,000 grant from Travel Oregon to support these two guys that are out there doing this heavy lift. They just released to us a completed report where they mapped out 100 trails out in this area. They mapped them for ADA compliance and accessibility, restrooms, level of intensity of the terrain, how hard the hike would be, and so forth, so that we can begin to communicate that out to visitors. The more folks that can come here and go on a hike or two, they'll stay here longer, and that drives economic impact. They're going to stay in our Salem hotels. That's how that whole thing works. But this work is really, really important, and it's continuing. They're continuing to clear trails and open those opportunities, and so we have a lot of information that we're sharing with visitors. We can steer them to the ones that are open. We tell them where to not go with the ones that are still closed. So that's great work happening. On the cultural heritage side, Irene Bernard's just completed a program where we did some intern support for our culturals. They are very, very don't have enough resources. I couldn't find the right word, sorry. I know it's late for all of us. And so what we asked them is, what kind of help do you need? Can we help support you in those ways? And so they told us we need help in these different areas. We created job descriptions for those positions. We hired the interns, and we completed some scope of work for them in their websites and social media and in event support. And the feedback has been outstanding. So we're going to continue that work for the culturals and continue to support them. We eventually plan to broaden this program to the rest of the industry. There are hotels and restaurateurs, attractions, and others that need help and support. And so Travel Salem's going to try to create a really robust intern program to support our partners. We rolled out a very heavy broadcast TV campaign on KPTV. We've had great success so far. We have 3 big commercials that are running on recreation, culinary, and culture. And then we got a weather cam finally installed on top of the Holman Hotel and beginning a ton of coverage for Salem for that as well. It looks out into the beautiful west of the Minto Island Park and across the Taco Bridge. I don't know. Sorry, that's what we call it.
Peter Courtney Bridge. Thank you.
Peter Courtney Bridge. Thank you, Mayor, for erase that part of the tape, please. I can do better than that. I should do better than that. So some great work there. We're currently bidding, we just turned it in on Friday, for a massive piece of business at the Oregon State Fairgrounds. They want 50 dates. It's a major sport. And it would elevate this community in a whole nother way. We have some great work happening here, obviously, with Ironman, with the Arena Football League that's now playing, our Capital City, our Capital basketball teams. This is a sports destination, and we're riding that, but I can't wait. I hope that we get to tell you what that bid is and that we were successful. We are in the middle of our strategic planning process for the next 5 years, from 2025 to 2030. We're doing focus groups. We will be drafting plans that are vetted by our stakeholders and our board and submitting those out to the community for feedback. So stay tuned for that. We did move into our new Travel Salem headquarters there on Center Street. It's been a fabulous opportunity for us. We were able to really improve our balance sheet, believe it or not. We were paying more than $10,000 plus parking to be in our rented space prior, and now we're going to be paying less than $3,000 because we have tenants. So it's a great financial picture, and once we retire that debt, all that money goes back into service and programs, and so can't wait till that day. And then lastly, let's talk about commercial air service for just a minute. I have some great updates for you. This is all hot off the press, as late as I can get it to you. I really wanted to update you on what we've been doing to market service and how service has been going. So it launched on October 5th. We launched with 2 routes to Las Vegas and Burbank. I want to say that Burbank is Avelo's best launch to date. out of all 35 markets. That is amazing. We knew it was going to do well. The numbers were there, but to see that in writing like that really meant a lot to us. In February, we announced the addition of Sonoma County, so we're going to be flying from one wine country to another. Travel Salem is most interested in the inbound travel, right? Of course, we want people here to connect with the world, but we also want to bring the world into our community. So connecting those wine countries is going to prove profitable for the community. And as of April 18th, Avelo's had served 25,000 passengers already. So they're doing really, really well. Here's some stats I'd like to share. So visitation, this is October through March. So since launch through March, there's been 125,000 people that have come through the airport. Okay, not just from Avelo. There's a lot of other great activity happening at the airport, right? Charter service, private, all of this stuff happening out there. But 125,000 folks have come through. Almost 60,000 of them are visitors, and 14,300 of them stayed in hotels or visited hotels. The data we have can't confirm that they stayed there, but we know they went from the airport to the hotels. And they had to stay there for a certain amount of period for it even to rank in the data. Where are they staying? The ones that are listed in red here are Salem hotels, and you can see how many stays in that period of time. And it's interesting how many are going to casinos. Maybe they're coming from Vegas and they want more casino experience, so they come here to our casinos. I'm not really sure. But we definitely are getting a massive input into our hotels. And the hotels did commit quite a bit of revenue to secure the airline here, so that's a wonderful payoff for them. These are some examples of the marketing that we've been doing. So Travel Salem has about $200,000 that we are spending to market the airline service, and we're doing it in two different ways. We're marketing in the catchment area, within the region, up to Wilsonville, toward the coast, and so forth, to let folks know that you can now fly out of Salem. We really need to create that market awareness. But at the same time, we're marketing in the destination hubs, Vegas and Burbank, the LA area. You can fly into Salem. So we're tackling both of those at the same time. These are some in-market campaigns that have been happening. So billboards, we have 8 of them in Salem and Portland South. We're doing some digital display ads there. You can see that we've tagged on Sonoma into that advertising. We actually don't have the approval to promote Sonoma through the advertising dollars we have, so that's an ad that Avelo is running on their own. But we, as Travel Salem, are folding in Sonoma into all the things that we're doing that we have control over. And then we're doing streaming video ads that are running on Hulu, for instance, and Netflix, so trying to really build more awareness. These are some additional examples. We're doing broadcast advertising on KPTV, on OPB radio, our social content. We're boosting that content, doing ticket giveaways and things like that. You can see the reach that we have. The inaugural flight reached about 46,000 folks, and it continues to do very well. And then on the earned media side, again, this is the work that Kara does. We got some really great PR. The Points guy, how Oregon got its commercial flight groove back, reached 11 million people, ad value of $66,000, and we got that for free. Same with the KGW exposure we got there, reaching about $2.1 million. So that's all about softening the marketplace, getting people familiar with the fact that they can fly out of Salem. Here's just some overall numbers for you in the work that we're doing in terms of the advertising that we're running. Reached about 31 million folks from October to March, and we're still at it. Our campaign runs through end of June. And just some really good news on startup. Avelo just turned a profit for the first time. So I think Avelo's doing well, and that means they're going to stay. And we are in conversations with other airlines about our market here, and I can't talk about that, but I'm just going to throw that little nugget out there. We'd love for you to come visit us on May 16th, celebrating National Tourism Week. We're going to do an open house finally with our new headquarters, and we'd love you all to come and join us. We're going to have live music. The community is welcome. We want you to come and join us as we celebrate this new location and what it means to telling our community's story and bringing folks in. So I think that's it, and I'm ready for any questions you might have, and thank you for allowing me time.
Well, thank you, Angie. That was a lot in just a few minutes, so thank you. You guys have been doing some great work. And we were out at the airport earlier today, visiting with Congresswoman Salinas, and we got to see the new carpet. It looks amazing. Things are really looking up. It's a totally different world out there than it was a year ago. So thank you for all your help with that.
Great work.
Do anybody have any questions or comments? Councilor Nishioka.
Thank you, Mayor Hoy. Angie, thank you. That was speed reading and speed presenting. You did a great job. Thank you very much. I just want to mention, since we recently had the Dark Skies proclamation, I met with Angie, and I've asked her to consider reaching out to our winery, our vineyards, to think about the Dark Skies as an avenue for increasing tourism to their vineyards and wine tasting areas, and because we are a state that is a big focus right now, and so I believe she's working on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Angie, for your great work. You got off lucky. Look at
That
this.
was easy. Maybe you should put me at the end of the agenda
Yeah, you
more
should always be
often.
here at 9:30.
Thank you to all of you for your continued support, but really more your partnership means the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie. Okay, and now we are on to the pulled items. Item 3.2A, Councilor Varney.
Thank you. I move that the council table the decision on resolution number 2024-15, an application by Deacon Development LLC for tax exemption under the city's multiple unit housing tax incentive program until May 13th.
Second.
Councilor, to your motion.
Well, we're in a housing crisis, and we don't have enough homes, and especially not affordable homes are available to meet the increased demand as our city grows. So I agree, we need the housing. The applicant is seeking a 10-year property tax exemption for 10 successive years in return for providing 16 units of affordable housing out of the 105. For a number of reasons, including tonight's earlier discussion in regards to the public testimony, I feel I need more information to be able to make a decision on this application, and I would like to delay it for a couple of weeks.
Thank you, Councilor. Further discussion? Councilor Stapleton.
Thank you. Yes, in talking with staff, and especially with the public comment that we heard today, I think this date is good. I know pushing it out much further really puts a burden on the developer, but this gives us the opportunity to dig into the different concerns that councilors might have in order that we feel good about what we're voting on and that we know what we're voting on. And so I'm supportive of the motion.
Thank you, Councilor. I will tell you that out on the front outside during my hiatus, we had a nice conversation, and I know that the parties were speaking together. I wasn't with them when they were speaking together, but I did speak to some of them afterwards. So it sounded like they were having a productive conversation. So, Councilor Phillips.
Yeah, I intend to support the motion. This was totally unexpected. I mean, I think I heard from all my colleagues that none of us were anticipating this specific testimony to come up. I appreciate the flexibility of Deacon Development. It sounds like they've got a few weeks, but not necessarily more than a couple months. And I think some additional time would be beneficial. I don't know how to phrase this, but like, while I am very empathetic of livable wages and the collective right to bargain and things like that, I don't know that this is the best time to really go into that detail. And I think what I heard from my colleagues is there were some things beyond that we really want to look at more specifically to be confident in our partnership here based on the concerns that were brought up. So while I would likely be very supportive of unions moving forward when I get off of council and even for the last 6 months of my term, I just want to make sure that isn't what derails this project specifically, because this has been worked out, and if it's otherwise appropriate after this delayed process, I would be very supportive. I mean, I get a lot of sense from the community that 15% doesn't seem like a lot in terms of like defined, regulated, affordable housing, but we as a community fought tooth and nail for that. I mean, this is a partnership, and we are getting a good based on that, and we need housing at all levels. So I don't want to lose out on the housing, but I want to make sure we're doing it the right way, so I think that this additional time is helpful.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Barney.
Thank you. I had some additional explanation. I just didn't want to drag it on too much at the beginning, but I wanted to say in our guidelines for the city's multiple unit housing tax incentive program, which is right here, when it comes to a decision on an application, the council can hold a public hearing if they wish, and council then has the following options. They can approve the application, they can deny the application, or they can approve the application with reasonable conditions. I feel it's important to take some time to investigate the possible reasonable conditions and what other options we may have to maybe change or add to that the proposal. Our MUTIP standards, which is and guidelines state that we can approve a property tax exemption for up to 10 successive years, as long as the project provides a minimum of 15% of the units as affordable. So my questions are, that I want to look at is, could we increase the percentage of affordable units in the proposal? But what does that look like, and what does that mean for the developer of the project? So a couple of the things that I would like is, although Ian did provide some of the amount of reductions on some of them, I didn't quite get all the notes down, so I'm really curious about what the range of affordable apartment rents would be for each housing type, for the studio, the one bedroom, the two bedroom. And the reason I ask for a range for each of them, because I believe that's developed based on household size. So I'd like to see that for the 15%. I'd also like to see what that range would be for the 20% and for a 25%. So those are some of the things that I'm looking for more information.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I intended to support the this project today. I still do, so I'm going to be voting against the change. You know, changing, trying to change things. We have the ability, but these projects, I know they take years of planning. Even though for us, we have this opportunity today, you know, I'm relying on the staff. It seemed like they gave us the green light. And then we have the Ravenwood. We actually have a project, an actual project from the same developer, you know, and it seems like both sides have worked amicably, the developer plus the city, you know, so I see no reason in delaying this and sending that message out there that we might, you know, start changing our minds partway through the project, even though we have that opportunity, you know, but every dollar here will only make this project more expensive and increase the rent amounts. That's just the bottom.
Thank you, Councilor. Go ahead.
I just wanted to send a response to that. When I looked at the numbers, I mean, I did some scribbling here based on what Ian said, and the reductions would amount to about $84,000 a year, based on what Ian provided to the best of my estimate. But the tax, if all the taxing boards agree to the exemption, the tax exemption is $179,000. And so I'm wondering if we have some leeway there. That's kind of what I'm asking about.
Thank you, Councilor. And Councilor Gonzalez, I agree with you, at least in part, in terms of, I don't want to change the rules in midstream since we already have an application in process. I am certainly fine with potentially adding reasonable conditions like our rules allow and that sort of thing. I am okay with delaying this for our meeting. I don't have a problem with it. The developer didn't have a problem with it. And I want to err on the side of caution. I feel like there's some good conversations that were had, and I want to be able to talk to them more about potential safeguards, so we don't have any of those things happening that were reported. I don't know if those things are actually happening or not, but I think we have a duty to at least check it out. So I don't think delaying it for one meeting will negatively impact this development. But I do recognize and that we are having a significant housing shortage, which drives our homelessness situation. And so I don't want to put any undue delay, but I don't think one meeting is undue. So, Councilor Nishioka.
Thank you, Mayor Hoy. Yes, I feel that I will move forward with voting for the motion to postpone to next month. And I feel comfortable doing that because the developer felt that they had a bit of time. And that does give opportunity to just make sure that those that came to give public testimony have that right to be heard and make sure that everything is in good working order. The thing that I would hate to do while this group has moved so far along in their process is put a roadblock up saying, oh, no, you need to have more affordable housing on this project. I feel that they've already got all their numbers working, so I feel that I would move forward with it again, but delaying it for the next meeting is fine. I think that that brings up the opportunity for us to potentially make a motion in the future of having staff review policies for MUTIP and see if there's some additional changes or adaptations that we might need to make so it becomes a bit clearer and it feels it feels like we're providing as much affordable housing as we can with the projects and the cost of those projects. So that would be the only thing I'd say.
Thank you, Councilor. Just as a reminder, I think we did update the MUTIP rules in 2022, so but not that we can't do it again, but it hasn't been too long since we did update them.
Thank you for reminding me. I don't think I knew that date. It might have been before I came.
It might have been before you were on council, I'm not sure.
Anyway, so, but it might be just something to review and see if there needs to be any adjustments. I think too, with the inflation and all, it does make it very, very tough to even meet some of those standards. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, will the recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Nishioka.
Aye.
Councilor Phillips.
Aye.
Councilor Gwynn.
Aye.
Councilor Gonzalez.
Hey.
Councilor Hoy.
Aye.
Councilor Nordyke absent. Councilor Varney.
Aye.
Councilor Stapleton.
Aye.
Mayor Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. All right, Councilor Hoy, 3.3A.
Thank you. I move staff recommendation only for the point of discussion, if we may talk about this a little bit.
Hold on, we need a second.
Yep, I'll second. Thank you, sir.
Motion by Hoy, second by Stapleton. Councilor, to your motion.
Thank you very much. When I hear the words grant money, I think, yay, free money, go for it. And then I realize there's sometimes more to it than that. So if it's all right, I would like staff to just share a little bit about what they shared with me today. And I was so grateful for a quick response later in the day, and I'm grateful for you guys being here this late. And I just think it's important for folks to understand when they see, even though it's in the weeds, like literally, right, with the plants, when they see projects like this happening, they don't wonder, well, what the heck's the city doing now, and how much does it cost? So if you wouldn't mind just speaking to this particular project and whether or not it's already in progress, and is this going to require us to hire people to do this work? I see that the city is going to match $137,500. It'll be provided by the city in the form of in-kind contribution of staff time and resources, including, and there's quite a list of things that it will pay for. I won't go into those. But who's going to do that work? Is that new people or existing positions?
Robert Chandler, Assistant Director of Public Works. Before I answer those questions, I do want to introduce two people who are responsible for both sets of staff reports, asking for your support to apply for $700,000 of grant funding. That's Jennifer Mongolo and Jeff Johnson, two of many highly professional and capable staff in Public Works.
And they've been sitting here for 3 hours and 45 minutes waiting for you to introduce them.
They're good. I owe them. So the first report up is on the Minto Island. It's an Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board, OWEB grant. This is a grant asking for additional funding for 5 more years to work on a restoration with on Minto Island Park, and specifically in the Minto Island Conservation Area. It is asking for $550,000 in grant funds from the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board, OWEB.
Skylar, when did they move in?
Sorry?
I'm sorry, Councilor Gonzalez, she came off of mute.
Oh, sorry about that.
So $550,000 in OWEB funds and $137,500 in matching funds over this 5-year period in kind, as Councilor Hoy mentioned. I'll start by noting that that funding is not being funded through the general fund. That is funded directly and totally through the utility fund. And type of in-kind work, this is restoration work in a conservation area. It does have a long list of the work, but we will exceed that match easily during the 5-year period. There's a lot of work related to grant administration, reporting, monitoring, permitting, community outreach, restoration planning, environmental monitoring, compliance. There's a lot of stuff going on with this. So that's where it is. So in short, it's a great project. Oh, it is ongoing. This is continuing 5 years. 5 years, they're here for that. 5 years of work, and the work is continuing. We're fighting a noble cause against invasive species. We can't stop now. In fact, we lose all that ground.
Thank you. Will this require more of staff, or does staff already have time to give this?
Fair enough. Thank you for that question. This is part of our work plan. It has been. It's a continuation of that work with our staff. We will not be hiring additional staff to do this. It does require additional work, which is with the contracting and the consulting work to do this work on Minto Island.
Great. I appreciate that. I appreciate the clarification and the, I don't know, I guess just for lack of better term, transparency for folks to see what we're doing and how it happens financially, and so we can just be real wide open about that. I think it's a great idea, especially in light of our financial difficulties and our the wear and tear on staff and how everybody spreads thin. So thank you so much for being here to sort of seal that up. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there for Councilor Nishioka?
Thank you, Mayor Hoy. I asked to pull this and one other item that you pulled already, because I simply wanted to say, good job, and thank you so much for doing all of this work. And I am so happy that we're able to apply for another grant so that you can continue the necessary work. So thank you very much.
May I respond? I'm just glad I'm not the only one who made you stay this late. So thank you.
Is there further discussion? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councillor Phillips.
Heck yes.
Councillor Gwynn.
Aye.
Councillor Gonzalez.
Aye.
Councillor Hoy.
Aye.
Councillor Nordyke absent. Councillor Varney.
Aye.
Councillor Stapleton.
Aye.
Councillor Nishioka.
Heck yes.
Mayor Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. Councilor Stapleton, I need a motion to extend the meeting because we have, we're certainly going to go past 10 just based on our signups for testimony, and we still have a few more agenda items, so I need an extension, please.
I move that the city council move to extend the meeting to 10:30. Oh, that sounds horrible.
Reluctant second.
Motion by Stapleton, second by Phillips. Just for everybody's knowledge, we have a rule that says we have to end meetings by 10 o'clock, and if we need to go past 10 o'clock, we have to make a motion to extend that time. So that's what we're doing here. Is there any discussion? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Counselor Gwynn?
Aye.
Counselor Gonzalez?
Aye.
Counselor Hoy?
Aye.
Counselor Nordyke absent. Counselor Varney?
Aye.
Counselor Stapleton?
Aye.
Counselor Nishioka?
It's a aye.
Counselor Phillips?
Aye.
Mayor Hoy?
Aye. Motion unfortunately passes. All right, item 3.3B, Counselor Hoy.
Thank you. I move staff recommendation just for the point of having discussion about this item.
Hold on, we need a second.
Yep, second.
Second.
Thank you, sir.
Motion by
To the
Hoy, second by
motion.
Phillips. Counselor, to your motion.
Yes, I would just, for the same reason as the last item, I want to just be clear about what is happening in Salem and why and how. To note, though, that when I saw this was about fish and I hadn't heard anything about it, I thought, I'm calling Counselor Varney. And I did, and she is a wealth of information when it comes to this topic. And I now know more about the Willamette and tributaries and salmon and all of it. I'm very excited. And also, I am not opposed to this motion at all. I just, again, think it's important to be really upfront about what we're doing, about and how we're spending. And I just thought grants were free, and they're not necessarily free. So if y'all could just talk to that a little bit, that would be wonderful. Thank you so much. How is this happening, and who's going to do the work? Is it hard on staff? And is it actually going to cost the city money?
Thank you. Again, Robert Chandler, Assistant Director of Public Works, and we would love to talk about this. This is a way cool project. It is smaller in amount. It doesn't have a duration like the 5-year restoration project. We'll start it and finish it. It's a $150,000 grant funding, also from OWEB, the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board. It's a different pot of money, different channel, so it's not, the two grants are not competing one against the other. It has a $15,000 match. This is looking at, sorry, I should have said this at the beginning. This is looking at barriers to fish passage in our urban creeks. It's been a long, it's been a too long gap in our level of knowledge of what keeps fish that are migrating from the Willamette River up and from our creeks down, typically culverts, underpasses, roadway passages, and what can we do to address them, particularly in light of our major capital projects that we've got, the large bond, when we do improvements on bridges, culverts, roadways, things we can do to reduce the risk and enhance the passage of salmon. How am I doing? Okay. That's the grant. And it is anticipated work. We'd love to do it. We really want to have it done. We're hoping OWEB thinks it's also way cool and will support it with the funding. As part of a work plan, we're not hiring any additional staff. The match, which again is smaller, is similar. It's all in-kind service by our staff.
Great. Thank you very much for that.
Our pleasure.
And thanks again, Jeff and Jennifer, for hanging out this late.
Is there further, Councilor Nishioka? Your light's not on.
Thank you. I was going to pull this mainly because so many of these creeks and streams run through my neighborhood associations, and we have already met a few times on some of the things that are getting in the way of the fish and concerns that my neighborhood associations have. And again, I'm really happy that you can do this grant and hopefully fix some of those issues. Thank you.
Sorry, you caught me mid
Yeah, I hear you.
Councilor Phillips.
Thank you, Mayor. Ditto. Oh, turn it off. Ditto. Yeah, good job, guys. This is exciting. Almost all of Ward 3 is in this, and there's a lot of, we are a city of creeks and streams, so this is exciting, and thank you for the work you continue to do. I hope we get the grant.
Councilor Varney.
Okay, briefly. We are a city of creeks and streams, and our steelhead and spring chinook that spend a year in fresh water, sometimes more for steelhead. The Willamette keeps warming up, and they need to be able to get up into our creeks and streams where it's cooler and it's shadier, and right now they can't do that. And so we need this study so that we can prioritize those projects.
Thank you, Councilor. Is there further discussion? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Counselor Gonzalez.
Aye.
Counselor Hoy.
Aye.
Counselor Nordike, absent. Counselor Verney.
Aye.
Counselor Stapleton.
Aye.
Counselor Nishioka.
Heck, yes.
Counselor Phillips.
Efficient aye.
Counselor Gwynn.
Aye.
Mayor Hoy.
Aye. We're getting loopy. All right. We are on to information reports. I know there will be limited comments on these, but I'll go through them anyway. Anything on 6A? Counselor Phillips. No, sorry, wrong neighborhood. Counselor Varney.
Thank you very much. I did have one comment or question on 6A. There were some concerns from the Neighborhood Association and also just some comment about the increase in congestion in West Salem, and the answer that was given as to why it's okay besides the traffic studies is that we have SDCs which pay for street improvements that add capacity to mitigate for the impacts of growth. And I was curious about that statement because where is that occurring? I'm just kind of curious. Anyone know? Where we're using SDCs from these sorts of projects to add capacity. Is that happening in West Salem? I'm just curious so I can provide feedback. Thanks.
So SDC, Systems Development Charges. We have system development charges for 5 of our lines of business: parks, water, wastewater, stormwater, and roadways, streets. A development project will pay into the System Development Charge Fund for whichever line of business we're talking about, based on the development and based on different factors depending on the line of business. Those funds go into an SDC fund, a transportation SDC fund, that is then used for projects, either other development projects, new development that need additional roadway spaces or widening or new roads. Part of that SDC fund is then used to pay for the cost of that expansion. I'm going to check at the city engineer. How do you do, Alan? All right, positive nod from the back bench. Does that help? Okay, thank you.
And if it's a park SDC, that's where we have money to actually buy park property, because those SDCs fund that fund to be able to give us the money to purchase the park. That's why we have money to buy the property, but not necessarily to develop the park.
That is correct. SDCs are only for capital funds, not for operating and maintenance, expanded water pipes, new park properties, things like that. Pleasure.
Thank you. Anything on 6B? All right, 6C was already disposed of on the consent agenda. 6D? 6E? Councillor Hoy.
Thank you, sir. On line 8, the Marion County Treasury Department, came from the general fund for the special election in November of 2023, $166,099.01. In my memory, it was $200,000, but it just came in a little less. What is that paying for? Is it just postage?
Josh, can you answer that one? Or maybe the city attorney, I'm not sure who.
Yeah, Josh Eggleston, Chief Financial Officer. That's paying for the special election cost from the November 2022 election. It did come in less. The original estimate was about $220,000. City Council approved these funds a couple months ago.
When you said 2022, did you mean 2023?
23, yes.
Okay. I wasn't sure if we were really paying for the bond back there. Or...
He scared me. I was like, oh, wow, we're late in payment. I guess that caught my eye because we could have paid for a librarian and the summer activities pretty much with that dollar amount, which came out of the general fund. And I know shoulda, coulda, woulda, but if we could have not had the special election on the tax, which I was told would not pass, we would have had that money in the bank. So it's just a source of disappointment. Thank you.
Councillor Phillips.
On this topic, I think the community is blaming the wrong people. It's my fault. I'm one of the 5 votes, and I lobbied the mayor. I was probably one of the first people to talk to our council president about the payroll tax. You know, the benefit of hindsight is significant. I'm not sure I would do things the same way a second time, but part of the reason why I'm not certain that I would undo that thing that we did last summer is because of the fact that I still can't convince people this is real, that we have this structural deficit that's affecting every city in the state of Oregon, that's affecting every school district in the state of Oregon. So my hope in spending $190,000 was to begin a conversation and to communicate everybody as loud as I possibly could. There's a problem here, and we all need to get involved and figure out a way to raise revenue. I found the payroll tax flawed, but it was the only way to guarantee that we would provide all the services we're currently providing moving forward for years to come, at least 5, if not more years to come. So I appreciate the work the task force is doing. We can argue if $190,000 was worth the investment, but we have so few limited ways to communicate to everybody in our city that there's an issue. My hope was this begins a conversation. And if you want to be mad at somebody, be mad at me.
Further discussion? Item 6F? Yep, that's you.
Okay. I alerted staff that I have some questions on this one, and it's mainly for the purposes of highlighting. But I just want to verify that in this land use administrative plan decision, that this confirms that we still have criteria or conditions that ensure the improvements, the final improvements to the south end of Reed Road and the intersection of Reed Road and Battle Creek. This is something that the Morningside neighborhood and Ward 3 has really been looking forward for a long time.
Councilor Gonzalez, you're off of mute again. I see Lisa Anderson Ogilvie has joined us at the lectern.
I have, yes. Great question, absolutely. So the developer was wanting to take one of the phases and break it into smaller phases. So they modified the plan we had previously approved. So we allowed them to do that, but in the decision it still says what phase has to be first, and it still says the street has to come with the first phase. So we were very adamant with them that we're not allowing changes to that. So yes.
Thank you for confirming it. And is it still in the first phase, or is it like the first part of the second phase that the intersection gets improved?
It's still in the first phase, although the first phase is called C, which is confusing, but it is detailed in the decision, yes.
And then maybe to ask an unfair question, do we have any sense of like a time scale of when those things might start doing construction, or?
I don't have.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's still, if they want to move forward, they got to do the things we want them to do, and we hope soon. At least I hope soon.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's so awesome to, in one term, have seen the improvements on the north end of Reed Road. I mean, it's seeing real progress in the community is amazing.
Thank you, Councilor. Anything further on that one? Item 6G. All right, that concludes our information reports. Now, we have no first readings, no second readings, but we do have public comment. I do think that we had a few people leave, but I just want to confirm, is Eleanor Berry here? I think she left. Dina Treist, I think she left. I promised to get these folks in at another time. They wanted to deliver a poem. And then Efren Diaz Horns, I believe he left as well. So we are to Tina Turner Morfitt. Thank you so much for waiting with us through this 4 hours of a meeting. If you would hit that green button for me, introduce yourself and either your address or your ward. And as a reminder, you have 3 minutes. When the yellow light starts to blink, that means you have a minute left. When the red light comes on, that means your time's up.
Okay, so my name is Tina Turner Morfitt, and I live in the Four Corners District. And I'd like to thank you, Mayor, for your proclamation earlier, talking about Workers' Memorial Day. So today I rise on behalf of the Marion Polk Yamhill Central Labor Council. Over the past 10 years, I'm sorry, I'm kind of nervous.
No worries.
So I'm an AFSCME member. Well, I used to be. Now I'm a retiree with ASFE. And I'm also the president of the Coalition of Black Trade Unionists, which is a constituency group of the National and the Oregon AFL-CIO. So here we go. Over the past 10 years, the names of 4 Oregon AFSCME represented members appear on the roll call for dedicated workers who died while doing their work. These workers perform duties that range from correctional officers to county road officers to mental health aides who worked an overnight shift and independent living. They all lost their lives. For 38 years, I worked in public safety for the Department of Corrections. Each day I walked behind the walls as a correctional employee. I, like many of my coworkers, had a silent prayer to return home to our families safe at the end of the day. I was one of the lucky ones, and that now that I've retired and made it out safely, the official day of Worker Memorials Day is April 28th, 2024. Today, with a proclamation, we pay public honor to those who were not as lucky as I and never made it home to their respective families at the end of their shifts. In the words of Mother Jones, today is a day that we mark as one to mourn the dead and live for the living. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for waiting all this time. Bob Rossi.
Good evening. Bob Rossi, Ward 1. I'm also with the Marion Polk Yamhill Central Labor Chapter. I'm a member of the United Mine Workers of America and the National Writers Union. Thank you, Mayor, for mentioning Workers' Memorial Day. The numbers of the deceased don't count the number of people who died from workplace illnesses. As someone who comes from the coal mines and lost 2 family members in the mines and several from black lung, I'm sensitive to that. This year we're going to commemorate our injured and deceased brothers and sisters on Friday, April 26th at noon at Salem's Fallen Worker Memorial at the Labor and Industries Building on Capitol Mall. April 26th, Friday at noon at the Fallen Worker Memorial. It's a monument in Salem we don't pay enough attention to, I think. I want to invite everyone who's here to attend. It's short, 20 minutes of your time, but it's important to commemorate and remember. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for waiting all this time to give your testimony. I appreciate it. Next up is Echo Dunham.
Hello.
Hello.
My name's Echo Dunham. I'm in Ward 3. My cause is prioritization, which is child abuse. Good evening, everyone. I stand before you today disappointed that our city, Salem, the capital of Oregon, has chosen not to participate in Parental Alienation Awareness Day this year, which is the 25th. Parental alienation is a serious issue that can have devastating consequences for children and families. When one parent intentionally undermines the relationship between a child and the other parent, it's parental alienation. This manipulation can cause emotional distress, confusion, and even hatred in children. Studies show that children raised with parental alienation are more likely to experience mental health problems, substance abuse, and difficulty forming healthy relationships later in life. That's why raising awareness about parental alienation is so crucial. By educating ourselves and our communities, we can help protect children from this form of emotional abuse. I urge the City of Salem to get on board and join the national movement to raise awareness about parental alienation. Together, we can make a difference in the lives of countless children and families. Here are some things we can do to help end parental alienation. Educate ourselves about the issue, support organizations that are working to raise the awareness, and speak out against parental alienation whenever we see it. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for waiting all this time to give your testimony. All right, that was the last item on our agenda. We are at 10:10 adjourned.